Hello students, hello friends. Welcome to your course, How to Understand Native Speakers. The course that will teach you all the secrets and tricks to speak and understand like an English native speaker. In this first module, we are going to talk about something fundamental, the word you. We all know the word you, but when we speak quickly, the word you will change in sound. It will change to a ya, like a hiya, like a karate chop. So let's go. First fundamental basic thing, if you want to speak English fluently, is about questions with the verb to be. It's maybe obvious, maybe simple, but if we compare you are and are you, change the word order. A lot of languages do not change the order. The difference in a statement, speaking normally, a fact, and a question, many languages simply say you are, you want, you need. Maybe your language is the same. English is not. You must change the word order into are you. Here, for example, all of the verb to be, you must change the word order. Am I, are you, is he, is she, are we, are they, is it, etc. But you must get this. We are interested in questions with are you. And remember, listen and repeat. Participation is a big, essential part of this course. That listening and repeating and training. So are you is are ya. Are ya. Okay? Now, for example, it could be a simple adjective. Are you okay? Are you busy? Are ya? Are you interested? Are you ready? Are you free to meet? Etc. Or, of course, it could be with a present continuous question. Like, what are you doing? What are ya? What are you doing? Why are you buying it? Why are you buying it? Etc. But it's are ya. This is the sound we are interested in. So this is the practice session. In every video, I will teach you the basic rules, how to break the rules, and the practice session is essential. When you see the orange writing like this, pause the video. Try to see where the sentence will contract, where it will become small. When you pause the video, try to see, and then I will show you the contractions in order, more and more contractions, and pause, listen and repeat. Listen and repeat, speaking alone or speaking with a friend, repeating. If you can record yourself, perfect. Record and listen again. This is even better. So that you're training your ears, training your muscles to listen. So pause video now. Back. Fantastic. So what are you doing? What are you doing? Now, what are you quickly will be what are you? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are ya? What are you doing? Are you really busy now? Are you? Are you really busy now? Are you? And then quickly, it's making the sentence to almost one word. Are you really busy now? So the busy, the I sound, the busy. Are you really busy now? Are you free to meet tomorrow? Are you free? Are you free to meet tomorrow? Now, this is important here, that are you free, quickly, but the to meet, this to with the verb, it will change. It will become a to meet, not a te or a ta, but a to meet. So are you free to meet quickly is are you free to meet? Are you free to meet tomorrow? Are you free to meet tomorrow? So practice and train. We will see this a lot in the course. What are you talking about? What are you? What are you talking about? What are you? So what are you? What are you? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What time are you working tomorrow? What time are you? What time are you working tomorrow? What time are you? What time are you working tomorrow? What time are you? What time are you working tomorrow? So this ends the first video in this beginning of your course with are you to are you. We will see this again in future examples, but the next one talks about do you to do you. See you there. Welcome back to video 2. So we continue looking at the word you today, or in this video, today, tomorrow, whenever. But the word you, and specifically the do you to do ya. So let's go. Do you is part of a question English. And we want to learn about do you to do ya. So practice with me. Do ya, do ya. Now, I want to be very clear about do. Why is this word necessary, and what is the situation? Now, if we look at questions, or we look at two sentences here. In English, you want and do you want. A lot of other languages, to ask a question, you don't need another word. You don't need a different word in front. The you want, it's a fact, and you want, you need, only changing the intonation. The problem is, if you ask me a question, you want, you need, you like, I'm not sure if it's a question. But if you ask me, do you like? I go, ah, okay. Do makes it clear that it is a question. Now, when we talk about do, we must talk about when not to use do. You never use it with the verb to be, for example. The verb to be will always change the order. Am I, are you, is he, etc. For example, you never use do I am, do you are. Simple, basic mistake, but just careful. To be, and it's a part of a group of verbs that never use do for a question. You have a group of verbs. They call them modal verbs. You are, you can, you must, you will, you should, you could, and you would. And we will see all these in the course during the classes. But look here carefully that are you, can you, must you, will you, should you, could you, would you. Always changing the order of the words, never using a do. And this is the important part. So the verbs like to be that are can, will, should are 10% of verbs, and 90% of verbs in the present tense for now use do. Now it's important to remember that do is for I, you, we, and they. That we have do, I, you, we, they, want and need, and to go, to buy, to talk. Want and need are only examples to show you the idea. But we don't use do for he, she, or it. Now we will see this in future lessons here. Now we want to practice do you questions. Do ya? Do ya? Now what is really important to remember is that after WH words, the what, when, where, why, what time, who, the word do for questions is still necessary. A lot of students think or speak that after what or when you do not need do. Still necessary. So what do you want? When do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Etc. Okay, let's start our practice. Pause. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And a little faster. What do you do? What do you do? This is a normal question of your profession, your job. What do you do? Do you have any money? Do you? Do you have any money? Do you? And do you have? Do you have any money? Do you? Do you have any money? Why do you need it? Why do you? Why do you need it? And can you see? Why do you? Why do you need it? So why do you? Why do you? Why do you need it? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you? And yes, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What time do you need to be there? What time do you? What time do you need to be there? And what happens with to? What time do you need to be there? What time do you need to be there? What time do you need to be there? What do you think I should do? What do you think? What do you think I should do? Now remember, with should, the L is silent. Not should, but should. What do you think? What do you think I should do? What do you think? What do you think I should do? So this finishes our video about do you to do ya. Join me in the next video to talk about past tense questions with did you to did ya. See you there. Welcome back. Video 3 of the course. Did you to did ya. So the same idea, you to ya, but this time with past tense questions of did you to did ya. Let's go. So the first is the sound. It's about did you. So are yous, are ya, do you, do ya. But did ya, sometimes it's like did ya, did ya, did ya. A little bit more did ya. Just like do, let's be clear about why with did and the past tense verbs and how they work. Compare again the idea. You wanted to go. In English, this is a fact, not a question. In a lot of languages, to ask a question, you just change the voice. You wanted to go. You needed to buy it. But if you ask me a question in the past without did, I'm not sure. Is it a question or not? So did makes it clear that it's a question. Now did, just like do, you need to be careful. You never use did with any of the verb to be in the past of I was, did I was, did you were. Simple mistakes, but be careful please. Now, two simple verbs, or the most common verbs that change the order, is about the verb to be in the past and can in the past. Can in the past is could. So they are were you and could you. So those are two big examples that do not use did for the past. So the verbs like to be or could are 10%, and the verbs using did in past questions are 90% of verbs. So we always understand English verbs in ideas of two categories of verbs. Verbs like to be and the verbs using do, does, and did. In the past is did. So with the present tense is I do, you do, we do, they do. she does, and he does. But if you look here in the past, so the present is I do, you do, we do, they do, da da da. And the past is I did, you did, we did, they did, he did, she did. All the same word. But when we have a past tense verb, simple sentence, you wanted to buy it. Nice and simple. The past tense is the did not, didn't. You didn't want to buy it. So the past tense word is only in the affirmative, the fact you wanted. If we ask questions, is did you want to buy it? Now, we need to be careful if we have you wanted to buy it, you didn't wanted to buy it. Now, this is where you need to be careful and learn the past tense rules. That if you ask questions, did you want, never did you want it. Because many other languages in the world do not change the past tense word like English. So the past tense word is only in the affirmative, you wanted, okay? We are interested in the sound or questions with did you. Very common to ask did you. So did you to did ya. Did ya. So after WH words or what, when, where, why, remember you still need did for did ya. So where did you go? Where did you want to buy? What did you want to do, etc. So this is the practice session. Remember, always pause when you see the yellow and listening and repeating, training your ears and muscles. Why did you do that? Why did you? Why did you do that? So why did you? Why did you? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Where did you learn to speak English? Where did you learn? Where did you learn to speak English? Where did you learn? So the to becomes a ta. Where did you learn to speak English? Where did you learn? So where did you learn? Where did you learn? Where did you learn to speak English? How long did you live there? How long did you? How long did you live there? And how long did you? How long did you? How long did you live there? Okay, so listening and repeating, listening and repeating. How long did you live there? Did you think it was funny? Did you? Did you think it was funny? So the S in was sounds like a Z, the was. So did you think it was? Did you think it was funny? Did you think it was funny? What time did you finish work last night? What time did you? What time did you finish work last night? And then with last, you will see the silent T. Now we have a complete module about silent T, but what time did you finish work last night? So not always last night, but what time did you finish work last night? Last night. What time did you finish work last night? So we come to the end of this video here about did you to did ya. Join me in the next video when we will talk about can you to can ya. So welcome to the next video of the course where we will talk about can you to can ya. Let's go. So can you will sound like can ya. So can in the positive, your mouth does not open very much. It's can. The big difference is in the word can't. If you watch my mouth, can, can't. Big difference. So it's a closed sound. Can you, can ya, just like that there. So can is a little special as a verb. If we have the infinitive in English, the infinitive is the word to plus the verb. To buy, to go, to talk, to show, etc. A lot of other languages in the world, the infinitive is one word, so careful. Now, after the big four examples of I want, I need, I would like, I'm going, you must have the word to plus go. If you think about your language, probably there is no to. After I want, I need, the infinitive is just one word. So very, very careful. It's an essential part. Why can is special is because it is an exception to the rule. With I can go, not I can to go or I can going, you must have I can go. So after I want, I need, I would like, I'm going, you must have to, and after can, it's only the verb. It's a very simple, basic thing you must know, okay? So the second thing about can is about the questions, about can I, can you, can he, can she, can we, can they, can it, always changing the word order, just like the verb to be and the modal verbs. Here, for example, you can't use do with can, never. Only can you, can I, etc. So we are interested in the sound of can you to can ya. Can ya. Practice with me. Can ya. All right? So let's practice. Always remember, pause the video, try to see where the contractions are, and listening and repeating to train your ears and train your accent and your fluency. Okay? Can you meet me in the city center tomorrow? Can you? Can you meet me? Can you meet me in the city center tomorrow? Can you meet me? Can you meet me in the city center tomorrow? Okay, so can you, can ya? Can you wait for me there, please? Can ya? Can you wait for me? Can you wait for me there, please? Now, look here about the word for. Normally the word for has an sound, but quickly, can you wait for me there? Can you wait for me there? Just like the to t, it's for to f. For to f. Can you wait for me there, please? Can you wait for me there, please? Okay? Can you send me the link by email? Can you? Can you send me? Can you send me the link by email? Can you send me? Can you send me? Can you send me? Can you send me the link by email? Can you help me with this, please? Can you? Can you help me with this, please? Can you help me with this, please? Can you help me? Can you help me with this, please? Can you give me the money tomorrow, please? Can you? Can you give me the money tomorrow, please? Can you? So give me will become gimme. Gimme, 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 you man, etc. So can you give me? Can you give me? Can you give me the money tomorrow, please? Can you give me the money tomorrow, please? Can you tell me if it's possible to pay with credit card? Can you tell me? Can you tell me if it's possible to pay with credit card? So, can you tell me if? Can you tell me if? Can you tell me if? Can you tell me if it's possible to pay with credit card? Can you tell me if it's possible to pay with credit card? So this ends our video about can you to can ya. Join me in the next video to see about where you to where ya. See you there. In this video, I want to talk about the past tense of the verb to be and about how where you will become where ya. Let's go. So the first fundamental part about the verb to be in the past is that it is two fundamental words. Was is for I, he, she, and it. And the W-A-S, it's like a Z, the was. Not was, but was. The other word is where, about you, we, they, where. And in the pronunciation, it's the or, the where. Down here, where. Okay, so train every day if you have difficulty with the or. Where. With you, it's singular or plural. So in English, we don't have a difference. If you're speaking to one person, you, or a group, it's you. Okay? Just like the verb to be in the present, it's exactly the same in the past. You must change the word order about was I, were you, was he, was she, were we, etc. Be very careful because maybe in your language, to ask a question, you say you were, he was. You must change the word order. Essential to do that. So we are interested in the sound of where you to where ya. Listen and repeat. Where ya. Where ya. Very similar to are ya, maybe with just a simple adjective. Were you busy? Were you interested? Were you ready? Were you curious, etc.? Were you free to meet? Or it could be with a past tense verb, something happening continuously in the past of what were you doing? What were you doing? When were you going to buy it, or when were you buying it, or why were you talking about it? Why were you? So the sound is were ya. Okay, so let's practice. Now remember, always pausing, listen and repeat. Training. What were you doing? What were you? What were you doing? So the what, where, that W together, what, where. A little faster. What were you? What were you? What were you doing? What were you doing? Where were you yesterday? Yes, the pronunciation is exactly the same. Where were you yesterday? Where were you? Where were you yesterday? A little faster. Where were you? Where were you yesterday? Were you at home yesterday? Were you? Were you at home? So the at home is more at home. A little faster. Were you at home? Were you at home? Were you at home? Were you at home yesterday? Were you very busy yesterday? Were you? Were you very busy yesterday? Were you? A little faster. Were you very busy? Were you very busy yesterday? So the word busy is always a E, busy, never biz. So, were you very busy yesterday? Were you waiting for a long time? Were you waiting? Were you waiting for a long time? So remember, but for, f. So soft, fast sound. Were you waiting for a long time? Not always were you waiting for, but were you waiting for a long time? Were you waiting for a long time? Were you waiting for a long time? Were you able to find it? Were you? Were you able to find it? Were you able to find it? So what happens with the to? Were you able to find it? Were you able to find it? Were you able to find it? So this ends our video about were you to were you. Join me in the next video. I'm going to talk to you about using you with the verbs help, meet, and call. Help ya, meet ya, call ya. See you there. Welcome to video 6 of module 1, you to ya. In this video, I'm going to give you an introduction to using you with verbs, specifically call, help, and meet. Let's go. Now, the essential part is about where and when we are using it, the you with verbs. About the big four, I want, I need, I would like, I'm going, the word to, and call you, help you, meet you, okay? Now, we know that the word you will be like a ya sound. So the moment we say, I want to call you, I want to call ya. I need to, I would like to help ya, to meet ya, etc. So it's using you with a verb. Now, call, meet, and help are just 3 examples. We can see a lot more examples in English about tell ya, find ya, etc. We will see this later in the course. But here it's about call ya, help ya, meet ya. Now, this you is always after the verb. I need to call you. Different languages put this word you in different places. Very careful not to you call, but that pronoun is always I need to call you, right? So the same here about using the preposition to. With call, meet, and help, a lot of other languages, the basic translation of the word to, they would say something like call to you, meet to you, help to you. It's not necessary with these 3 verbs in English. So it's to call you, to meet you, to help you. To help to you, call to you, it's incorrect. Careful with that, all right? Let's practice using you with meet, call, and help, all right? Pausing the video, listening, and training, and repeating, okay? Ready? Go. We can call you tomorrow. We can call you tomorrow. We can call you tomorrow. A little faster. We can call you. We can call you. We can call you tomorrow. We can call you tomorrow. Is it okay if I call you back tomorrow? This question is so common about is it okay? Careful not to ask the question, it's okay if. Much better say, is it okay if? Okay? Not it's okay, but is it? Always changing the order. So is it okay if I call you back tomorrow? Is it okay if I call you back tomorrow? Now a little faster with is it okay? Is it? Is it okay if? Is it okay if I? Is it okay if I call you back tomorrow? So go slow. Is it okay if I call you back tomorrow? Is it okay if I call you back tomorrow? He said he will call you later. He said he will call you. He said he will call you later. And the will make a contraction to heal. So the tongue here is touching but not the teeth. So heal. Heal. He said he'll call you later. He said he'll call you later. Heal. Heal. He said he'll call you later. We can meet you later if you want. We can meet you. We can meet you later if you want. And we can meet you later if you want. So we can meet you. We can meet you later if you want. 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 I'm really sorry, but I cannot meet you today. Can I meet you tomorrow? I'm really sorry, but I can't, so cannot, can't, always that strong T of can't. I can't meet you today. Can I meet you tomorrow? A little faster. I'm really sorry, but I can't meet you today. Can I meet you tomorrow? I'm really sorry, but I can't meet you today. Can I meet you tomorrow? I'm really sorry, but I can't meet you today. Can I meet you tomorrow? She is not sure when she can meet you this week. So she is to she's, essential to have this sound. She's not sure when she can meet you this week. She's not sure when she can meet you this week. She's not sure when. So she is not sure when. She's not sure when she can meet you this week. She's not sure when she can meet you this week. Okay, just a second. I am going to help you now. Okay, just a second. I'm going to help you. Going to help you now. And just a second. So just a second. Okay, just a second. Just a second. Sometimes just a sec. I'm going to help you now. To help you now. Okay, just a second. I'm going to help you now. They should be able to help you. So they should. Remember the L in should is silent. They should be able to help you. They should be able to help you. And the to becomes ta. They should be able to help you. So the L in should is silent. They should be able to help you. We are sorry, but we simply cannot help you. We're sorry. So we're sorry, but we simply can't help you. We're sorry, but we simply can't help you. We're sorry, but we simply can't help you. So the can't, always very strong. We're sorry, but we simply can't help you. Okay, so that. Okay, so welcome to the final video of the Module 1, U to Ya. Congratulations, you almost finished your first module. In this module, we're going to talk about two essential verbs, to give and to send, and about how to use it exactly with you. Let's go. Now, a really essential part about to send and to give is that sometimes we use it with the word to, like in the examples here. So we have to send you an email and to send an email to you. Pause the video and what's the difference here? Why one say here? Can you see the difference? Well, the difference is about an email, the object, what we are talking about. Where is it in the sentence? With the first example of to send you, it's after the verb and after you. It's send you an email. And 80% because it's much more common in native speakers to speak like this, to send you an email. It is possible to say to send an email to you, because an email is between send and you. Send an email to you, which is 20%, which is much less common. Possible, but less common. Same idea here with to give, the verb to give. To give you the keys, because the keys is at the end, and give the keys to you. So give you the keys, much more common. To give the keys to you is 20%. Now, to be completely clear, let's look again at more at the examples. So to send you an email, the object is at the end of the sentence. And send and you are connected to send you an email. Here, if the position of an email changes in the sentence, to send an email to you. So to in front of the person you, the object is after the verb, to send you, okay? With the verb to give, it's the same idea. To give you the keys, the object is at the end of the sentence, or it's after the you. And the give and you are connected, to give you the keys. If we change the position of the keys in the sentence, what happens? To give the keys to you. To in front of the person you. So this is the basic difference. To give you the keys, to send you the email, send you an email, are much more common, but when we have the change of the position, to in front of the you is possible, but not so common, okay? Now, when we have here the big four, I want, I need, I would like, I'm going, to, send you, give you, right? Same idea of you to ya, there. So I want to send ya. I want to give ya. So listen and repeat. I want to send ya. I need to give ya. I would like to give ya. Okay? These are the important sounds. Send ya and give ya. Okay, so let's practice. Can I give you the money next week? Can I give ya? Can I give you the money next week? So, can I give you? Can I give you? Can I give you the money next week? Can I give you the money next week? Can they send you the files next week? Can they send you? Can they send you the files next week? And can they send you? Can they send you? Can they send you the files next week? So when you have the word the very quickly, it sounds like a duh. Can they send you the files next week? Can they send you the files next week? So it's very, very fast. The to duh. Can they send you the files next week? She can give you more time if you need it. She can give you. She can give you more time if you need it. She can give you more time if you need it. She can give you. She can give you more time if you need it. If you need it. She can give you more time if you need it. I need more time to be able to send you everything. I need more time to be able to send you everything. So what happens to be able? I need more time to be able to. So to be able to be able to send you everything. I need more time to be able to send you everything. Okay? To be able to send you everything. He can give you the photos later today if they are ready. He can give you the photos later today if they're ready. So they are there. He can give you the photos later today if they're ready. He can give you the photos later today if they're ready. If they're ready. He can give you the photos later today if they're ready. We need to send you the documents tomorrow because they are not ready today. We need to send you the documents tomorrow because they are not ready today. So a little faster. We need to send you. We need to send you. We need to send you. We need to send you the documents tomorrow because they're not ready today. Okay? We need to send you the documents tomorrow because they're not ready today. So this brings us to the end of Module 1, you to ya. Join me in Module 2 to learn about want to wanna. Okay, so welcome to video Module 2 of the course. It's about wanna. Now, wanna is want to. Wanna. Simple, right? Yes and no. Yes, it is simple, but there are some small mistakes, small little secrets I want to show you for you to speak English with wanna and use wanna perfectly with zero mistakes. Okay, let's go. So, the basics. In English, the infinitive is to plus the verb. Now, we have seen this before about to, by, to, etc., right? So, I want to go, I need to go, I would like to buy, I'm going to, right? So, always remember that it's to plus the verb. Because in other languages, after to, it's sometimes I want go, I need buy, I would like see it, I'm going talk to them. Very, very careful. You always need that want to, need to, would like to. Now, what I want to show you is about want to will become wanna. So the wanna. So I want to do it tomorrow. I wanna do it tomorrow. Now, the first point is about wanna is with I, you, we, they. We will see in the next videos that it's not always so simple with he and she. That I want to buy it, I wanna buy it, you wanna. So that N is here. Wanna. We wanna buy it, they wanna buy it. In the negative, I don't wanna buy it, you don't wanna buy it, we don't, they don't wanna. Okay? Now this is a simple, it's just video 1 to show you the basics. About to practice examples with I, you, we, they. We will see more complicated examples in the next videos, but this is simple. So, simple questions. What do you want to do today? Pause. What will contract? What will change? So the examples are now more complicated. So what will change? Pause, repeat, and listen. Okay? What do you wanna? What do you wanna do today? So a little faster. What do you wanna? So what do you want to do? What do you wanna do? What do you wanna do today? What do you wanna do today? I want to go to the city center later today. I want to go to the city center later today. What happens to to? I want to go to the city center later today. So I want to go to the city center later today. A little fast. I want to go to the city center later today. So the city center later today. They do not want to come today. They want to come tomorrow. So they don't want to come today. They want to come tomorrow. So that T and don't, we will see in the next modules, they don't wanna. don't want to come today, they want to come tomorrow. We want to get up early tomorrow to catch the bus. Right? We want to get up early tomorrow to catch the bus. We want to get up early tomorrow to catch the bus. We want to get up early tomorrow to catch the bus. So to catch the bus. We want to get up. It was a good experience, but I don't want to live there again. It was a good experience, but I don't wanna live there again. So the S in was, it was a good experience, but I don't want to live there again. But I don't want, but I don't wanna, but I don't wanna, but I don't want to live there again. Okay? Where do they want to meet us? Where do they wanna? Where do they wanna meet us? So where do they want to, where do they wanna meet us? Where do they wanna meet us? So here ends the first video in module 2 about wanna. Join me in the next video to continue learning the little secrets about want to wanna. See you there. So in the second video of want to wanna, I want to show you about what happens with wanna with he and she. Let's go. So the basics is we can use wanna with he and she, but only in negative and questions. What do you mean, Terry? Negative and questions? Well, I mean exactly that. I mean, if you have he or she wants to go there, because he or she is the S, remember? Wants to go there. And then he or she doesn't want to go there. So the wanna is want to. Not wants to, but want to. And then in questions, is does he or she want to go there? Can you see? So if we have he wants to buy it, we cannot say he wanna buy it. This is not correct. This is the little secret. She wants to buy it. She wanna buy it. No, this is not correct English. But with a negative sentence, he doesn't want to buy it. He doesn't wanna buy it. Yes, that we can. Or she doesn't wanna buy it. So this is the little difference about he and she. With he wants, she wants, no wanna. With he or she doesn't want, yes, we can use wanna. This is the difference. Or in questions, the does, not do with he and she. Does he want to buy it? Does he wanna? Does he wanna buy it? Or does she wanna buy it? So this is the secret, okay? Not too difficult. Let's practice. So now we are going to practice examples with he and she in negative and questions. Ready? He does not want to go. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go. So we will see later this T sound is disappearing and we have a full module about the T. But for now, just he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go. What time does he want to leave tomorrow? What time does he wanna? What time does he wanna leave tomorrow? A little faster. So does he? Does he? What time does he? What time does he wanna leave tomorrow? What time does he wanna leave tomorrow? She does not want to be late for the concert. She doesn't wanna be late for the concert. She doesn't want to be late for the concert. So remember the T doesn't wanna be late for the concert. She doesn't want to be late for the concert. She doesn't want to be late for the concert. How long does she want to stay there? How long does she wanna stay there? Wanna stay there. How long does she? So how long does she? How long does she? How long does she want to stay there? She does not want to clean the kitchen today because she is too tired. Tired. She doesn't want to clean the kitchen today because she's too tired. So she is to she's. She doesn't want to clean the kitchen today because she's too tired. So she doesn't want to clean the kitchen today. So the because, quickly, cause she's too tired. She doesn't want to clean the kitchen today because she's too tired. Where does he want to meet us? Meet us. Where does he want to meet us? Where does he want to meet us? So what happens to does he? Where does he? Where does he want to meet us? So where does he? Where does he want to meet us? Do you know why she does not want to do it? So do you? Do you know why she doesn't want to do it? Do you? Do you know why she doesn't want to do it? So, do you know why she doesn't want to do it? So, doesn't wanna. Do you know why she doesn't want to do it? Do you know why she doesn't want to do it? So, this ends our second video of using wanna with he and she. Join me in the next video to learn about one of the most simplest mistakes about using wanna with things and nouns. See you there. So let's look at wanna with a and a noun. This looks very simple and it's a very simple mistake for people to make, but I see it a lot with students. So let's have a look at what I'm talking about with a and a noun. If we see here the articles in English, now I don't like a lot of terminology, but I mean exactly the words a or the. Now, some languages have articles, other languages do not have articles. But the basic difference of we need a car and we need the car is about specific. We need a car is not specific. In general, we don't know what kind of car, where, when, nothing. We need a car in general. But when we say we need the car, it's about when we are talking about specific example, that your car, or we need the car, very specific. We know what kind, we know where, it's very specific. This is the basic difference if you do not have articles in your language. Now, some languages have the same word for the number 1 as a or an. So it's to be careful with this, that I need a new phone is not the same as I need one new phone. Okay? The basic difference here is that 1 is only for counting, about how many. Specifically 1, 2, 3, I need one new phone. But if you're talking in general, you say a new phone. So what I mean about a plus a noun is at the moment I have I want a coffee. This want a is wanna. I want a coffee. Okay? Now, let's be careful. If we have the noun starting with a vowel, like apple, A-P-P, apple, is an apple. So to say I want an apple, we can't say I want an apple. I want an apple. Okay, so wanna is want a, not want an, but wanna. And another one is about some coffee, this general quantity. We don't know how, just a little, some. But with wanna, we don't use some. I want some coffee. It's not possible to say, do you wanna some coffee? Or I wanna some coffee. I want some coffee. This is the basic difference. So, very simple. Want a, wanna. So let's practice. I want a really fun life. Simple. I want a really fun life. It's true for me. Do you want a really fun life? Do you want a cup of coffee? Yes, yes, please. Do you want a cup of coffee? Do you want a cup of coffee? Now the cup of will become cuppa. Sorry. Do you want a cup of coffee? Not always cup of coffee, but cup of coffee. Do you want a cup of coffee? Cup of coffee? Ask them if they want a slice of pizza. Ask them if they want a slice of pizza. So slice of, what happens to the of? Ask them if they want a slice of pizza. Ask them if they want a slice of pizza. They want a slice of pizza. They want a better plan for the business. They want a better plan for the business. They want a better plan. So the for is the f. They want a better plan for the business. They want a better plan for the business. No, it's okay. He does not want a glass of wine. No, it's okay. He doesn't want a glass of wine. He doesn't want a glass of wine. So what happens next? It's okay. He doesn't want a glass of wine. So he does not want a glass of wine. No, he doesn't want a glass of wine. He doesn't want a glass of wine. She does not want a new phone. She is happy with the one she has. She doesn't want a new phone. She's happy with the one she has. So she is to she's, and she doesn't want a new phone. She doesn't want a new phone. She's happy with the one she has. She doesn't want a new phone. So that's the end of our video about want a plus noun to wanna. Join me in the next video to talk about wanna with past tense verbs and how it works and how to speak perfectly with wanna in the past tense. See you then. Okay, so welcome back. Video 4 of Module 2 about wanna. Now, you can see in the introduction, it's about wanna with past tense in the negative. Because this video and the next video will talk about wanna in negative and questions. Because can't use wanna in the affirmative. The fact, positive. Let's go. So if we look here, simple sentence, you wanted to buy it. No problems. You didn't want to buy it. So you must always remember that wanna is want to. Not wanted to, but want to. And if we ask a question, did you want to buy it. So this is the difference about wanna in the past tense. With wanted, not possible to use wanna. But the negative, you didn't want to buy it, and did you want to buy it? It is possible. So if we have I, you, we, they, he, she, it, this is the basis for all past tense verbs. In the affirmative, it's all the same word. Simple, right? Now in the negative, you have did not to didn't, past tense of the verb do, to make it into the negative. So I, you, we, they didn't want. Now it's very, very important to always have I didn't want. Never to say I didn't wanted. That's the important part. It's the part you must get. So the positive or affirmative is I wanted to do it. It's not possible to use wanna. But in the negative, I didn't wanna do it. Okay? So if you look here, you wanted to buy it. You didn't wanna buy it. Did you wanna buy it? So that wanna in the past is only possible for negative and questions. This is the important difference. In this video, we are going to practice with the negative. Just examples with the negative. The next video is about questions. So remember, pausing the video, training, listening, repeating. Record your voice if you can. It's the best practice possible. He did not want to do it. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. A little faster. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. Now, if you're not sure about this T sound, don't worry. In module 4, we're going to talk about all about why this T is disappearing, okay? For now, just train and practice. He didn't want to do it. We did not want to go with them because we were too tired. We didn't want to go with them because we were too tired. And finally, we didn't want to go with them because we were too tired. So because we were too tired. Because we were. We didn't want to go with them because we were too tired. I have no idea why she did not want to tell you. So pause. What are the contractions? I've no idea why she didn't want to tell you. Okay? One more. I've no idea why she didn't want to tell you. I've no idea why she didn't want to tell you. Didn't want to tell you. They did not want to meet us because they have to wake up early tomorrow. They didn't want to meet us because they have to wake up early tomorrow. So what happens here? They didn't want to meet us. They did not want to meet us. They didn't want to meet us because they have to wake up early tomorrow. They have to wake up tomorrow. So cause they have to. He did not want to speak in public because he is very shy. He didn't want to speak in public because he's very shy. He didn't want to speak in public because he's very shy. So he didn't want to speak in public because he's very shy. He didn't want to speak in public because he's very shy. I did not want to buy it because it was very expensive. I didn't want to buy it because it was very expensive. I didn't want to buy it because it was very expensive. So I didn't want to buy it because it was. Because it was very expensive. So this brings me to the end of this video. Join me in the next video when we will learn about wanna with questions and how to ask wanna with all the past tense questions. See you there. So, welcome to our final video in Module 2 about, about wanna, about using wanna with questions in the past tense. So let's have a look. Essential part of past tense verbs to always remember is about you wanted to buy it, you didn't want to buy it, and did you want to buy it. Because remember, wanna is want to, not wanted. Now the very common mistake is about you wanted to buy it, you didn't wanted to buy it, did you want it? Very careful. You cannot, the first part, the affirmative, the positive, uses a past tense word, wanted. The rest, the negative and the question, they go back to want, okay? And this is why if we have you wanted to buy it, you didn't wanna buy it, you did not want to, you didn't wanna buy it, and did you wanna buy it? So we use questions only with, we use wanna only with negative and questions in the past tense like this. Wanted to is not wanna, okay? So asking questions in the past all starts with the word did, past tense of the verb do. To be clear, it's a question, we need the word did. So did I, you, we, they, he, she want to do it, to buy it, to go there, to call them? So it's want to. So what happens with want to? Did I, you, we, they, he, she wanna? Did I wanna? Did you wanna? Did they wanna do it, go there, buy, call him, right? So be careful. It's never wanna to do it. It's always wanna do it. All right? You with me? So always remember, if you have the question word, WH word, what, where, when, why, what time, etc., you still need the word did. Okay? It's an important point. It's not just what you want to do, so what did I want to do, what did we want to do, when did you want to call him, okay? So let's practice. Remember, pause the video, listen, repeat, and record your voice if you can. This is the best practice to listen and training your accent and your listening. Ready? Let's go. What did he want to buy there? What did he wanna buy there? So what did he want to buy there? What did he want to buy there? What time did they want to meet us at the restaurant? What time did they wanna meet us at the restaurant? What time did they want to meet us? What time did they want to meet us at the restaurant? Did they want to call me yesterday? Did they want to call me? Did they want to call me yesterday? And of course, faster. Did they wanna call me yesterday? Did they want to call me yesterday? What time did you want to go there? What time did you wanna go there? So what happens to the you? What time did you want to go there? 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 Where did he want to go exactly? where did he wanna go exactly? So the exactly, it's like exactly. So where did he want to go? Where did he want to go exactly? Why did they want to do that? Why did they want to do that? And faster, why did they want to do that? Why did they want to do that? So this brings us to the end of module 2 of wanna. I hope you enjoyed it. Please practice and train always to get the perfect, no mistakes with wanna. In module 3, I'm gonna talk about going to, and all the little secrets how to use the verb go in the right way with gonna. See you there. Welcome back, students. Welcome to module 3 of your course, going to gonna. This first video, I want to give you an introduction. I want to show you the verb go, the little possible mistakes, and going to gonna, how to avoid all mistakes with going and gonna. Just a quick introduction. Let's go. First part of the verb go is the word to. Now, to as a preposition, it's usually about movement, to go to arrive to walk to, things that are moving and in movement. Go is about moving, so it's to go to. It's the first important part about the verb go. So to go to a party, to go to Italy, be careful, it's not for. Some languages, the word for and to, it's the same, but in this case, it's never to go for Italy. It's to go to when talking about a place. This is the rule. 2 little exceptions, 2 very basic exceptions. One is home, where you live, your house, and the word there, come on, different place. So if we say, I am going home now, we are going there now, there is no word to before home or there. A lot of students have this problem, say, I'm going to home. This is not correct. I'm going home or we are going there. This is the first essential point. Now, the next point about the verb go, because in different languages, it's very different. I go and I am going. Sometimes the translation is exactly the same. Now, let's be clear. I go and I am going in English are different. So the first part about I go is about routine, it's about facts. When you describe your life and your lifestyle, I go there, work, the gym, a bar, a restaurant you like, and this is part of your routine and you go there normally. I go there. I go to work at 7:30 a.m., right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You go to work at this time. It's your routine. Or your children go to school Monday to Friday, right? It's the same idea of routine. Now, I'm going in English has 2 possible meanings. One idea is now, this moment, I am going. You're talking to your friend, you call your friend, say, I am going to the city center now. This moment you're doing it. But with I'm going, it's also future plans. Things you want to do in the future. So if we have here I'm going and then to plus infinitive, I'm going to do it tomorrow, it's a future plan. So here we cannot say I go to do it tomorrow. This makes no sense. I'm going to do it tomorrow. Now, it's also possible to say about I'm going to and a place. I'm going to the city center now, right? So I'm going to the city center or possibly tomorrow. I'm going to Italy next week. I'm going to France next year. Right? We're going to and the place. Now, here is gonna. When we have going and to and the verb for a future plan, I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to buy it, or this little plan. Going to is gonna. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. So listen and repeat. I'm gonna. We're gonna practice this a lot in this module, but I'm gonna. Because here you can see at the start, I'm going to do it. Good. Going to, contraction to, I'm gonna do it. But careful here, I'm gonna to do it, no. Or I'm gonna to doing it, no. Only I'm going to do it or I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna do it is for speaking, never for writing. So this is the idea. Gonna is going and to and the verb. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. So gonna. When you have here, I'm going to the shop later, it's a future plan, but we have a place, not a verb after going. So here we cannot say, I'm gonna to the shop, or I'm gonna to home. It does not make sense, only when it's a verb. So a quick review of this video, this introduction, that with go, we have the word to. When we talk about a place, to, go to work, go to the city center, go to school, whatever. Two exceptions, as in home and there. If you see here, you cannot say to go to home or to go to there, okay? Now, I go and I'm going. I go is routine, happens all the time. And I'm going is for now or future plans, right? So I go to the city center every day, routine. I'm going to buy it tomorrow. This is about a future plan. Now, gonna is going to and the verb. Going to, gonna. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. But if you have going to and a place, it's not possible to use, to take going to gonna. All right? Quick introduction video. If you're not sure, you can ask questions in the question area, or you can watch the video again. In the next video, we're going to start using gonna in sentences and start practicing and training. See you there. Hello students. So video 2 of module 3, gonna. In this video, I want to show you the pronunciation of how to have a perfect accent using gonna. Let's go. So we saw in the last video about gonna is going to and the verb for future plans, right? So I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. So it's the verb to be plus going plus to plus the verb. This is what happens with gonna. So going to comes gonna. So the tongue touching here on the top. Gonna. Okay? This is essential. Now, a lot of people don't have the right accent with the verb to be. All of the verb to be can contract, can become small. So your accent with this part needs to be perfect. So let's go with it. The first part here is I'm, okay? That I'm, the lips touch very strong. I'm, very strong. I'm, listen and repeat. Train with me. A lot of people have this I'm not a good accent. It's I'm, like that, okay? You are is your. Right? So you are to your, and your, the possession, is the same pronunciation. So relax. Your. He is, he's, he's. So I put the H-I-I-Z here because he's. One syllable, not he is, but he's. Listen and repeat. He's. So if we have he's, we put the S in front. She's. Listen and repeat. She's. She's. One syllable. She's. The next one is we are to we're. Okay, so the mouth opens here. We're. We're. And finally, they are to their. So the TH is their, their, and there is the same for possession, same pronunciation. Okay? So all of the verb to be, I'm, you're, he's, she's, we're, there. All right? And the final one here is it's. It is to it's. That long S. It's. This pronunciation needs to be perfect. So train, repeat, train, repeat. The number one mistake, the number one problem we see as teachers is people don't have the complete verb to be before gonna. I gonna, you gonna, he gonna, she gonna. And some people spend years with this mistake. You are not, okay? So it's I'm gonna, you're gonna, listen and repeat. He's gonna, she's gonna, we're gonna, they're gonna, it's gonna. So many people say we gonna, he gonna, but you must get the verb to be right, okay? To be clear, just about here, if you have I'm gonna go there tomorrow, always have I'm gonna. You can see here, I gonna go there. This is wrong, careful, no. We're gonna have time tomorrow. We gonna, completely incorrect, so careful. So let's start our practice. Now remember, when you see the yellow writing, pause, try to see what will become smaller, what will contract. And as I continue listening and repeating to train your accent and train your ears. Record if possible. It's the best practice you can do. Ready? Let's go. He is going to call you next week. He's gonna call you. So he's gonna call you next week. And finally, he's gonna call you next week. He's gonna call you next week. Okay? I think he is going to have time to do it tomorrow. Pause. I think he's gonna have time to do it tomorrow. And I think he's gonna have time to do it. So the to do, remember? I think he's gonna have time to do it tomorrow. To do it. I think he's gonna have time to do it tomorrow. To do it tomorrow. Okay? She is going to help you with that in a while. She's gonna help you with that in a while. She's gonna help you with that in a while. And she's gonna help you. She's gonna help you with that. She's gonna help you with that in a while. Okay? They are going to clean up the apartment before they leave. They're gonna clean up the apartment before they leave. So they're gonna clean up the apartment before they leave. So before they leave. They're gonna clean up the apartment before they leave. We are going to think about it and call you back in a few days. We're gonna think about it and call you back in a few days. And here you can see the word and. Quickly we get n. So we're going to think about it and call you back. We're going to think about it and call you back in a few days. So it's and to n. So this ends our video 2 about gonna. Join me in the next one when I'm going to talk to you about using gonna in negative sentences with more examples. See you there. Right, students. In this video, I want to show you about gonna with negative sentences and how to avoid little mistakes. Okay, let's go. So remember that gonna is about the verb to be and going into the verb. Now the verb to be is the important point, okay? If we compare I go there every day, routine, and we are going to work now. So I go there is routine and we are going to work is happening now. But the negative is the important part because I go, negative is I don't go. But when we have going, the negative is we are not going. This is where people have little problems. So the verb to be always has that not. Okay? Now the other thing is that it has contractions. We need to have it perfect, right? So normally it's like this. I'm not, you're not, she's not, he's not. Listening, repeating. I'm not, you're not, da da da. She's not, he's not, we're not, they're not, it's not. Now normally the verb to be contracts like this. Now with I am not is only one contraction. I'm not. With you are not, the possible contraction is you're not or you aren't. They are basically exactly the same. But in my observation, the difference is the frequency. How much we use you're not of all native speakers of America, Australia, England, Ireland, South Africa, etc. About 70% of the time, so most of the time, we say you're not, he's not, she's not, we're not, they're not. It's important to know you aren't, she isn't, we aren't, they aren't, it isn't. Yes, it's possible, but not so common. Now with he, she, it isn't, the S has a Z sound. He isn't, it isn't, okay? We are going to focus in our practice on this form. It's good to know about the other form. It's good to be ready, but we focus on the speaking part of English and the most common part. So you're not, she's not, we're not. In the practice session, we want to get our accent just trained, repeating, perfect. You're not, she's not, he's not, etc. So when you speak normally, it's just ready. So let's practice and always pause. Where are the contractions going to be? And listening and repeating as I go to practice with you. Okay? We are not going to have time to do that today. So we're not gonna have time. We're not gonna have time to do that today. And we're not gonna have time to do that today. We're not gonna have time to do that today. Okay? I am not going to be able to help you, unfortunately. So always that strong M. I'm not gonna be able to help you, unfortunately. So I'm not gonna be able to help you. To help you, to help you. I'm not going to be able to help you, unfortunately. Okay? The course is not going to start until next month. So the course is not going to start until next month. So the course is not going to start. The course is not going to start. So until to till. The course is not going to start till next month. She is not going to be too busy to meet us. She's not gonna be. So she's not gonna be. She's not gonna be too busy to meet us. And she's not gonna be too busy to meet us. She's not gonna be too busy to meet us. He is not going to be able to pay for it on his own. On his own alone. He's not gonna be able to pay for it on his own. So he's not gonna be able to pay for it on his own. He's not gonna be able to pay for it. So for it, he's not going to be able to pay for it. Okay? So it's for it. He's not going to be able to pay for it on his own. Okay, this ends our video about negatives. Join me in the next video to learn about gonna with questions. See you there. Alright students, welcome to video 4, gonna with questions. It looks simple, but let's practice gonna with questions, alright? The first point, the simple point, really important if you want fluent English. The verb to be, how to ask questions. Am I, are you, is he, is she, are we, are they, is it. You need to train this perfectly. As teachers, we see little mistakes with this all the time. Because here with going, if you have the affirmative, the positive, I am going, you are going, he is going, etc. You need to change the word order. You need to change to, am I going? Are you going? Is he going? Most other languages in the world, they don't need to change the words. The difference of he is going and a question is he is going, she is going. So you need to train your questions. But am I going? Are you going? Is he going? Is she going? Are we going? Are they going? Is it going? Train and repeat until perfect. Now here, for example, is a classic example of where people have problems. When you have a question like a word like what, when, where, why, what time, who, how. Many times when people were asking a question like what, when are you going to do it? They ask questions when you are going. They forget that when you are, when are you? Or where he's going, where is he going? Why is she going to buy it? Okay, this is the part that we are going to train and learn perfectly. So, of course, going will become gonna. So a simple question, where are you going to buy it, will be where are you gonna buy it? Why is she gonna meet me? What time is he gonna do it, right? This is what we are training. This is what we are practicing. The correct order in the verb to be and gonna, okay? Here is another little mistake. Now, we saw before that with gonna, with negatives, we need to be careful. It's never I don't going, it's I'm not going. Same with questions. A lot of people learn do for questions and think it's do for every question. Ooh, careful, because where are you going and never where do you going, or where is he going and never where does he going. All right, this is the important point. Careful with that. So let's practice. Now remember, pause, listen, repeat. Training and repeating, okay? What time are you going to go there tomorrow? What time are you gonna go there tomorrow? And what time are you gonna go there tomorrow? Okay, so what time are you gonna go there? What is she going to need to buy tomorrow? What's she? So what is she? What's she gonna need to buy tomorrow? So what's she gonna need to buy tomorrow? What's she gonna need to buy tomorrow? But what is he going to do there? But what's he gonna do there? What's he gonna do there? So the what's he becomes connected. What's he? But what's he gonna do there? But what's he gonna do there? How am I going to be able to do that? How am I gonna be able to do that? How am I gonna be able to do that? When is she going to come with us? When's she gonna come with us? So when's she gonna? When's she gonna come with us? When's she gonna come with us? All right, this ends our video 4 about going with questions. Very important to train those questions, train the right order. Join me in the next video for when we're talking about was and where gonna. See you then. Right, students, in this video of the module, we're going to talk about was and where gonna and what that means. Let's go. If we talk about I was going to, and it's just an example. Maybe we were going or they were going. But if you have the difference of I was going to and a place, and I was going to and a verb, they are different in the idea and the meaning. So I was going with a place. I was going to the city center when you called me. So I was going to and a place. When you look at the action, so I was going to the city center. Imagine you are walking, or maybe you are driving or on your bicycle, whatever. But it's an action in progress in the past. The call is I'm walking there, and let's imagine I'm walking and I was walking when you called me. The other action is interrupting the other action. So I was going to and a place is an action in progress in the past. It was happening for a time. When we have I was going to do is a verb here. So I was going to and the verb, it's a little different. So I was going to do exercise, but I was too tired. When you have I was going to and a verb, it's a previous plan, which is abandoned, not happen, or not completed. So you forget the previous plan. For example, I was going to do exercise, but I'm too tired. So the previous plan to do exercise now did not happen because I changed my plan. I was going to do exercise, but not now. Another example, she was going to take a taxi, but she saw she didn't have enough money. The previous plan was taxi, but now she can see she doesn't have any money, so the plan is abandoned and forgotten. This is the idea. We want to focus in these videos about this idea of abandoned plans, things that did not happen. The verb to be in the past is I was, he was, she was, you were, we were, they were. So I was going to buy it, she was going to buy it, you were going, etc. And going to will become gonna. So he was going to go there, he was gonna go there. You were gonna tell him, you were going to tell him, you were gonna tell him, okay? So I was not going. The verb to be always takes not in the negative. I was not going to buy it. She was not going to tell him. We were not going to find him, okay? And not gonna. She was not gonna buy it. She was not going to buy it. She was not gonna buy it, okay? So let's practice and train. Now remember, always pause, listen, and repeat in training. What did you think he was going to do? So, what did you think? What did you think he was going to do? What did you think he was gonna do? So, what did you? And finally, the think he was. So, what did you? What did you think he was? What did you think he was gonna do? What did you think he was gonna do? I did not know you were going to do that. I didn't know you were gonna do that. And the T is disappearing. I didn't know. I didn't know you were gonna do that. So, you to ya, I didn't know you were gonna do that. I didn't know you were gonna do that. We were going to send the letter, but we completely forgot. We were gonna send the letter, but we completely forgot. And then, but we. We were gonna send the letter, but we completely forgot. He was not going to do the same thing as her. He wasn't gonna do the same thing as her. He wasn't gonna do. And then the T is silent. He wasn't gonna do. He was not going to do. He wasn't gonna do. He wasn't gonna do the same thing as her. She was not going to tell you. She wanted it to be a surprise. She wasn't gonna tell you. She wanted it to be a surprise. She wasn't gonna tell you. So she was not going to tell you. She wasn't gonna tell you. She wanted it to be a surprise. She wasn't gonna tell you. She wanted it to be a surprise. So this ends our video on was and were gonna. Join me in the next video for learning about was and were gonna with questions in the correct word order. See you there. Right, students, the final video of our module 3, gonna. This module, I want to show you about was and were gonna with questions. Let's go. Was and were gonna with questions. So in the previous video we saw about I was gonna or we were gonna is about previous or abandoned plans. The basic idea here is that if you are using gonna in a question, you are asking about a previous or abandoned plan. So why was he going to buy a new phone? You're asking about this previous plan, but it was abandoned. It did not happen. He did not buy it. He did not buy a new phone. Or for example, what were you going to say? You are trying to speak in a conversation. You start a sentence. Another person interrupts you, like happens a lot. And you say, well, I'm sorry. What were you going to say? You did not finish the sentence. And the person is asking you, what was your previous plan? Your previous plan was to finish your sentence. What were you going to say? So this is the really essential part. The correct word order with the verb to be in the past. The was I, was he, was she, were you, were we. Be careful because maybe your language, the question is very simple. What you were going to do, what he was going, so what was he? This is what we must train to really speak fluently about the correct word order in a sentence, okay? So going to becomes gonna. What was I gonna buy? Where were you gonna go? How were you gonna tell him, etc. All different ideas. So let's train. Remember, pause, listen, and repeat and train. What were you going to say? What were you? What were you going to say? What were you gonna say? A little faster. What were you? So what were ya? What were you? What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say? What were you going to do? What were you gonna do? What were you gonna do? And finally, what were you? What were you gonna do? What were you gonna do? When were they going to tell you? When were they gonna? When were they gonna tell you? When were they gonna tell ya? And when were they? When were they gonna tell you? When were they gonna tell you? What time was he going to arrive? What time was he gonna arrive? And the was he becomes a was he. What time was he? What time was he gonna arrive? So what time was he going to arrive? What time was he? What time was he gonna arrive? What time was he gonna arrive? Where was she going to meet us? Where was she gonna meet us? And was she? Was she? Where was she? Where was she gonna meet us? And where was she gonna meet us? Where was she? Where was she? Where was she gonna meet us? So this brings us to the end of Module 3, Gonna. I hope you enjoyed it. Any questions, please get in contact with englishwithterry.com. Join me in the next module, possibly the most important module, Module 4, the case of the disappearing T. And I'll talk to you all about that and see you there. Okay, students, welcome to Module 4, the case of the disappearing T. This module is possibly the most important module of this course. It's about making your accent sound just like a native speaker. So let's go. When we look at the negative of a verb, of anything out there, we have two examples here about do not, don't, does not, doesn't. That the word not is very often contracted to N''T. And we see this all the time in English. Do not, don't. Does not, doesn't. Didn't, shouldn't, wouldn't, couldn't, hadn't, won't, wasn't, and weren't. We see this all the time in English. And this module will show you that this T, when we speak quickly, it boop, disappears. So, for example, the first video I will show you about don't. So, don't, the T, very often the T is sounded don't. Don't. Not dawn, but don't. So when we talk about don't, we need to be clear when we use don't and when we don't use don't. The main verbs of to be able, or can, are the be verbs, and all other verbs which are 90% of verbs, right? So want, need, to have, to think. What I mean is, here, use of only not in the negative. I am not, we cannot. But all the rest of the verbs for I, you, we, they, we use don't. So if we have a simple example of a verb, the basic rule of English in the present tense, you have the basic verb here, you have, I, you, we, they, have. The negative, I, you, we, they don't have. Okay? What I want to show you in this module is the T is silent. It's I, you, we don't have. I don't have time. I don't have. We don't have. We don't have time. Or whatever. So when we talk about two basic ideas. One idea is about routine and facts, about you go there every day, you do it all the time. When you describe your life, that's one routine of facts. Another idea is about now, with the ing. You are going there now. You are doing it now. So when we talk about don't, it will be when we talk about routine or facts, whatever, you don't go there. It's a fact. It's a description of your life. You don't do it. But when we're talking about now, you are not going there now, or you are not doing it now. So that's the key about when we use don't, it's with facts or routine, and then not with the verb to be with now. Okay? So let's train. Now remember, pause, listen, and repeat. And we're going to take the T silent. Okay? I am not sure, but I do not think so. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. But I don't think so. They do not seem to be very worried. So, worried. They don't seem to be very worried. They don't seem. They don't seem to be. So remember the to be. They don't seem to be very worried. Don't seem to be very worried. You do not have a lot of problems with your pronunciation. You don't have a lot of problems with your pronunciation. And you don't have. So a lot of a lotta. So you don't have a lotta, you don't have a lot of, you don't have a lotta. You don't have a lot of problems with your pronunciation. You don't have a lotta. We have no idea why they do not want to go to the party. We've no idea why they don't want to go to the party. We've no idea why they don't wanna. Why they don't want to go to the party. Don't want to go to the party. Instead of doing it so quickly, why do we not take our time? Instead of doing it so quickly, why don't we? So why don't we take our time? Always be careful with the word order, not why we don't, but why don't we? Instead of doing it so quickly, why don't? So don't we? Why don't we? Why don't we take our time? And finally, instead of quickly, instead of doing it, not instead a, but instead of doing it so quickly. Instead of doing it so quickly, why don't we take our time? We do not care where we eat, we just want to eat soon. We don't care where we eat, we just want to eat soon. And we don't care. We don't care where we eat, we just wanna eat soon. And finally, the T in just would be just wanna. We don't care where we eat, we don't care where we eat, we just wanna eat soon. So that ends our first video on don't. We continue looking at all the words and other examples. Next video, I will show you doesn't. See you there. Okay, so we continue our module 4, the case of the disappearing T. This video, I want to show you doesn't. Let's go. Same basic idea. Does not, doesn't. But what happens? The T is silent, it disappears. So we want that strong N. Dozen. Dozen. And it will connect with the next verb. So again, we need to be clear about the difference, about the be verbs, the modal verbs, using not, I am not, we cannot, we can't. And we use does or doesn't for he, she, and it. In this video, I will show you he and she. The next video, I will talk about it. It needs special attention. So this is the crucial point. He or she, in the present tense, you see the little s? You cannot forget the s. He or she starts, right? He or she wants or needs or talks. Many people forget the s. Don't be one of those people. Always remember the s. Now, this s is in the positive because what happens in the negative? He or she doesn't start. The s disappears. So he starts, he doesn't start. But what happens now with doesn't? It connects with the verb. So he doesn't start is he doesn't start. He doesn't start. This is the idea. So the same basic idea of don't, right? Routine and facts. She goes there every day. She does it all the time. She is going there now. She is doing it now. Because when we look at the negative, the routine or facts, he doesn't start. She doesn't do it. This is a description of their lives. It's a fact. It's routine. Now talking about now, he is not starting now, and she is not doing it now. This is the important part to understand about doesn't. So let's get started and let's train. Remember, pause, repeat, pause, listen and repeat. And remember and record yourself and train constantly. Your interaction is so essential with the course. Decide to interact. Got it? Let's go. She does not have time to meet you today. She doesn't have time to meet you today. She doesn't. So train this. She doesn't have time. She doesn't have time to meet you today. Finally, the to's ta. So she doesn't have time to meet you today. She does not have time to meet you. She doesn't have time to meet you today. She doesn't have time to meet you today. He does not want to go there until next week. He doesn't want to go there until next week. He doesn't want to go there until next week. And finally, he doesn't wanna. So until, till, he doesn't want to go there till next week. He doesn't want to go there till next week. He does not like talking about it. He doesn't like talking about it. He doesn't like talking about it. And he doesn't like talking about it. Sometimes when we speak really quickly, the G in talking, it just disappears as well. He doesn't like talking. Like talking, doesn't like talking about it. Talking about it, okay? He does not need to leave now. He can stay. He doesn't need to leave now. He can stay. He doesn't need to leave now. He can stay. And he doesn't need to leave now. So to leave, to leave. He doesn't need to leave now. He can stay. If he does not pay now, he will need to pay more later. If he doesn't pay now, he will need to pay more later. Okay? So if he doesn't pay now, he will need to pay more later. And to pay will become, if he doesn't pay now, he'll, so he will, is he'll, the L up here, I got there. He'll need to pay more later. If he doesn't pay now, he'll need to pay more later. So this brings us to the end of video 2. In the next video, I would like to show you all about doesn't with it. It's a very small but important point. See you then. Now, we continue our module 4, the case of the disappearing T, with a video dedicated to the word it. A little word and so important. Let's go. First things first. It is a word we use for objects, things, never people. Not possible to use the word it talking about a person. That's the first thing. It's very, very important. So when we use the word it in English, we can use it in two ways or two ideas, two things, okay? One is, and I will explain both. One is the idea of it as a pronoun, something that is replacing another thing. Another idea is using it with verbs. So let me show you. For here, where is my phone? Anybody here also lose their phone? I lose my phone. Where is my phone? Now here we say the name of the thing, my phone. But in all languages, we try to not repeat. For English, we say, where is my phone? I need it now. It replaces the thing or object in the sentence to not repeat. I need it now. Or do you need the money now? Yes, I need it now. Do you have my phone number? No, I don't have it. We try not to repeat, and it is for things, for objects, for money, a phone number, a phone, okay? The second idea is when we talk about objects or shops or places, we can use a verb. In this case, for example, to work. To work is also about your phone, your computer software, if it is functioning and working well or not. For example, my computer, it works very well. It's a good computer. The negative, it doesn't work very well. Can you guess the question? Does it work very well? So this is the point about it with verbs. Now, with it works very well, in some languages, you do not put a word it. Maybe in your language, it was simply works very well. And this is why many students say, work very well on my computer. No, it works very well. This is the idea. Another idea, if we have a place, a shop, school, gym, restaurant, they open. It's a place. So it opens. It opens at 8 a.m. Negative, can you guess? It doesn't open at 7 a.m. And then when does it open? Okay, so this is the idea. A lot of other languages with it opens, people say open at 8 a.m. And you forget the little word it. It's so important, the little word it. Okay, now what we want is to learn the native pronunciation of it doesn't work very well to it doesn't work very well, or it doesn't happen, right? Or it doesn't open at 7 a.m. will be it doesn't open at 7 a.m. So this is our point of interest. So let's practice. Remember, pause, listen, repeat, train, become perfect, become fluent, okay? It does not start until later. It can be a movie, it can be a whatever. It does not start until later. It doesn't start until later. It doesn't start till later. It doesn't start till later. It doesn't start till later. I do not know why it does not work. I don't know why it doesn't work. And I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't work. Okay? Don't know why it doesn't work. It does not matter a lot to me. It doesn't matter a lot to me. And it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter a lot to me. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So a lot to me. Doesn't matter a lot to me. Doesn't matter a lot to me. Okay? It just does not accept this kind of file. We all have this problem, right? Software files. So it just does not accept this kind of file. It just doesn't accept this kind of file. It just doesn't accept this kind of file, this kinda file. So it just doesn't accept this kind of file, kinda. And just, the T is also silent. It just doesn't accept this kind of file. It just doesn't accept this kind of file. It does not happen very often here. It doesn't happen very often here. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen very often here. It does not have a lot of problems. It doesn't have a lot of problems. It doesn't have. What happens to a lot of? It doesn't have a lot of problems. It doesn't have a lot of problems. Okay? So this ends our video about it with doesn't. Join me in the next video where we'll start talking about past tense verbs and didn't to didn't. See you then. All right, students, let's continue our examination of the disappearing T. Now I want to show you about didn't to didn't. So let's go. Did not, so the pronunciation is not did, but did. Comes from here. Did not to didn't, the T sound. What we want to learn is about the T is silent, right? So didn't, very, very similar to doesn't, because it doesn't and didn't. Similar, the N, the strong N, didn't, okay? So basic rules of past tense verbs, right? Or when we use didn't, when we don't. The verb to be in the past and can, or to be able in the past, could, we use not. All the other verbs in the English language, we use didn't. Now in the present tense, we use don't for I, you, we, they, doesn't for he, she, it, and didn't for all of them. So it's all the same with didn't. The big idea with the rules of the past tense is that in the affirmative, the positive sentence, you have the past tense word, wanted. But the moment you go into the negative, you didn't want. And that's so important. That's the number one mistake with the past tense. There's people saying, he didn't wanted. He didn't want. And the question, how was it? Can you guess? Did you want to buy it? Okay? That's the important part about this. So the obvious, and I'm repeating, the basic idea is the verb to be in the past. I was there last night. I wasn't. I was not busy last night. Or was I busy, right? As in questions got there. All just using the word not in the verb to be, right? So these are very basic errors. Say I didn't was. I was there or I was not there. Now, we are interested in training our accent to you didn't want to buy it to you didn't want, you didn't. Okay, it's that N sound. Remember, pause, listen, and repeating. You didn't. So let's practice, all right? Like always, pause, listen, repeat, train, practice, and record yourself if you can, all right? He did not do it because he did not have time. He didn't do it because he didn't have time. This becomes, he didn't do it. He didn't do it because he didn't have time. Okay? And the because he would be cause he. He didn't do it because he didn't have time. All right? So he didn't do it. He didn't do it cause he. He didn't do it because he didn't have time. We did not think we were going to be so late. So we didn't think we were gonna be so late. We didn't think. So we didn't think we were. We were. We didn't think we were gonna be so late. He was looking for it, but he did not find it. He was looking for it, but he didn't find it. So he was looking for it, but he didn't find it. So he was looking for it, but he didn't find it. He was looking for it, but he didn't find it. I have no idea why they did not invite you. I've no idea why they didn't invite you. I've no idea why they didn't invite you. I've no idea why they didn't invite you. I am sorry, I just did not have time to have a look at it yet. I'm sorry, I just didn't have time to have a look at it yet. I'm sorry, I just didn't have. So I just didn't have. I'm sorry, I just didn't have time. Just didn't have time to have a look at it yet. I'm sorry, I just didn't have time to have a look at it yet. So this ends our video on didn't. I hope you enjoyed it. Please train and practice. It's so essential to get this right. And join me in the next video for shouldn't and shouldn't. See you there. All right, my friends, let's keep going. This video is about should not to shouldn't to shouldn't. So let's go. First idea, if you are not sure about should, is that it's opinion or advice. Something like advice or opinion or good ideas, good thing to do. Simple idea, you should go to the doctor. Yeah, it's a good idea. Not a big problem, but you should go to the doctor. Or you have a limited time to send a letter. You should send the letter today. It's a good idea, an opinion or advice. So should is an advice or opinion, but must is a very strong obligation. And this is the difference, because it's not always clear in different languages, the difference between must and should. If we compare, for example, you should go to the doctor. Let's imagine I have a small problem. Cough. You should go to the doctor. But it's not completely essential. It's okay. You've got an opinion, advice. Let's imagine I have a serious health problem. You must go to the doctor. No choice. Very strong obligation. This is the basic difference. Now, this important part about the form. If you remember the can, I can do it. Just the same here with should. You should do it, but never you should doing it or you should to do it. Just the verb. You should do it. So you should buy it now. Should is the group of modal verbs, just like the verb to be. So in the negative, it's what word? Not. Contracted to you shouldn't. You shouldn't buy it now. We use the word not. And then a question will be changing the word order. Should you? Should you buy it now? Or should I? Etc. The important thing is the L is silent. A lot of people see the L and want to say should. Calm down. Should. Should. Repeat with me. Should. Okay? So you shouldn't buy it now. And the T is silent. You shouldn't buy it. You shouldn't. You shouldn't buy it. Okay? So let's train and let's practice. It's the N sound, the shouldn't, and connect it to the verb. All right? So remember, pause, listen, repeat. Let's go. He should not get so stressed. He shouldn't get so stressed. He shouldn't get get so stressed. And this stressed is like a T sound. He shouldn't get so stressed. He shouldn't get so stressed. All right? They should not be so lazy. They shouldn't be so lazy. And they shouldn't be so lazy. Things just should not be so complicated. Things just shouldn't be so complicated. And things just shouldn't be. So the T in just is silent and the T in shouldn't is silent. Things just shouldn't be so complicated. Things just shouldn't be so complicated. Do you think I should not do it? Do you think I shouldn't do it? Do you? Do you think I shouldn't do it? Do you think I shouldn't do it? You should not wait before going to the doctor. You shouldn't wait before going to the doctor. And you shouldn't wait before going to the doctor. So not to the doctor, but before going to the doctor. To the doctor. You shouldn't wait before going to the doctor. So this brings me to the end of should, shouldn't, and shouldn't. And join me in the next video when I will talk to you about could, couldn't, and couldn't. See you there. Good afternoon, students. Let's continue with could and couldn't. I want to explain everything you need to know about the word could and couldn't. Let's go. Can in English is irregular. It's weird. It's strange. Because the infinitive of can is to be able. Because normally the infinitive and the conjugated verb are the same word. For example, to need, it's I need, you need, we need, and then he and she has an S, but it's basically the same word. This is why can and to be able are completely irregular and weird. So to be able conjugated is can. Now, if you look at he and she, you will see there is no S. So there's no he cans or she cans, but he can, she can. So this is the weird part. In a sentence, we use I want to be able to speak English, right? Or you need to be able to drive. So we cannot put to can in a sentence, but it's to be able. This is the difference. So if to be able is our infinitive, in the present tense, now we have can. Could talks about future possibilities, things that are possible, things we could do. In the past, it talks about past abilities, things that we were able to do, that was our ability, our capacity. Now, in a lot of languages, the could, future possibilities, and could, past abilities are different words. But in English, they are one word, but two different meanings. We decide on the situation. We see from the situation. So future possibilities, if you are with your friends, you say, we could go to the beach. This is a future possibility. Not necessarily it will happen, but it's a possibility. Or I could help you as an offer. Past abilities, as in if you imagine a situation, I could understand him very well. That was your ability to understand. Or I couldn't access my account in your bank or your Facebook or whatever. You were trying and trying in the past, but it was not possible for you. So again, just like can, just like should, I could go is the correct one. I could to go and I could going do not exist at all. So careful with that, all right? Now, very similar to should, as in we could go tomorrow. The negative will be we couldn't, using the word not, right? We couldn't go tomorrow. And could we? It's the same with the modal verbs, right? I will see in the next video with would, it's exactly the same. Same situation. The L is silent, so it's not could, but could. Practice with me. Could. All right? So the same idea, right? We couldn't go tomorrow. The T is silent, so it becomes we couldn't go. This is what we want to practice. We couldn't go. We couldn't go. That N sound, right? So let's go. Let's practice. Pause, listening and repeating. Let's go. She is tired because she could not sleep last night. She's tired because she couldn't sleep last night. So she's tired. She's tired cause she couldn't sleep last night. Right? She's tired cause she. So the because, cause. She's tired because she couldn't sleep last night. They could not speak English then as well as they can now. They couldn't speak English then as well as they can now. They couldn't speak English then, so as well as, the as, adjective as, they couldn't speak English then as well as they can now. As well as they can now. We just could not understand what the problem was. We just couldn't understand what the problem was. And we just couldn't. We just couldn't understand. So we just couldn't understand. We just couldn't understand what the problem was. He was looking for it, but he could not find it anywhere. He was looking for it, but he couldn't find it anywhere. And he was looking for it, buddy. So the but he is buddy, but he couldn't find it anywhere. He was looking for it, but he couldn't find it anywhere. The but he, buddy, but he couldn't find it anywhere. She was trying to explain the problem, but he could not understand anything. She was trying to explain the problem, but he couldn't understand anything. She was trying to explain the problem, but he couldn't understand anything. So trying to explain the problem, but he couldn't understand anything. So this brings us to the end of our video about couldn't and couldn't. Join me in the next video to talk about wouldn't and wouldn't. See you there. So my friends, in this video we're going to talk about the future word will in the negative. To will not, to won't. So let's understand will and won't exactly. Will is the future tense. Basic idea, great. And there are three basic reasons why we use will in English. Offers, you want to offer, you want to give something. Predictions, or facts about the future. So let's see one by one. Offers is simple. It's when you offer something or someone offers, like that there. I will help you fix your computer. You see someone with problems, you can't fix it, or you will try, as I will buy you a new computer. Anytime in English you make an offer, especially if it's a spontaneous offer, an offer in the moment, we use will, okay? The other idea is about a prediction. A prediction is an opinion about the future. You think it's true because from your perspective it is true. So I think it will rain tomorrow. In Ireland, this is a good prediction. I think it will rain tomorrow. Or I think Brazil will win the World Cup. Who knows? We'll wait and see. And the other idea is about facts about the future. When it is something 100% sure. So you talk to a government office and they say, your documents will be ready tomorrow. Because it's a fact. Or I will not have time to meet you tomorrow. It's 100% not happening. So will is a modal verb, just like can, would, could, and should. So that it's I will go, not I will to go, and I will going right there. So I will go only. Now, I, you, we, they, he, she, it. It goes for all of them. I will go tomorrow, we will be ready soon, they will have it, she will meet them, etc. And they will do it. Can you guess the negative? They won't. Won't is a contraction of will not. And will they? Will they do it? So it's always the same, the not in the negative and change in the order in the questions, okay? So they won't do it will become they won't do it. Not they won't do it, but they won't do it. They won't do it. Because will not will become won't. And then won't is very different to want. This is the pronunciation part. That will not is won't. If you see the mouth, it's a small won't. But want is different. That this part here comes down. Want. Practice. Won't, want. Here, want. Okay? Won't, want. That's the difference. So here I won't go with the T. The t is silent. The I won't go. I won't do it. Okay? So let's train and let's practice. Remember, it's the won't sound that we want. So pause, listen, and repeat always. I will not have time to do it today. I won't have time to do it today. This becomes I won't have time to do it today. To do it. So I won't have time to do it today. I won't have time to do it today. It will not be possible for them to come next week. It won't be possible for them to come next week. And then it won't be possible for them to come. For them to come. So it won't be possible for them to come next week. For them to come next week. Won't be. It will not be ready before next week. It won't be ready before next week. And it won't be ready. It won't be ready before next week. It won't be ready. He will not remember. I just know it. He won't remember. I just know it. And he won't remember. I just know it. He won't remember. I just know it. If you do not do it now, you will not remember to do it later. If you don't do it now, you won't remember to do it later. So if you don't do it now, don't, you won't remember. So if you don't do it now, you won't remember to do it later. If you don't do it now, you won't remember to do it later. We just know she will not be able to do everything by herself. We just know she won't be able to do everything by herself. And we just know she won't be able to do everything by herself. She won't be able to do everything by herself. So this concludes our video about won't and will not. Join me in the next video when we look at the past tense of the verb to be with wasn't and wasn't. See you there. In the next two videos, I want to show you about was and were, two very important words, and how in the negative the T disappears. Let's go. So our basics, the verb to be, am is are, and in the past it's two words, was and were. I, he, she, it was, you, we, they, were. Easy, right? So the S sounds like a Z. Was. Not was, but was. Okay? This is important for later, for the wasn't. So I, he, she wasn't, as in the was not, wasn't okay, wasn't busy, interested, curious, a simple adjective. Or we can see this with a past tense or with a verb, continuous verb in the past. He or she wasn't doing it, wasn't going there, wasn't buying it, etc. So was not becomes wasn't. So the S is like a Z, wasn't. And then wasn't becomes wasn't. I wasn't. She wasn't. It's the N sound. The T is silent. So the wasn't. Okay? He or she wasn't busy, wasn't interested. So pause, listen, and repeat. He wasn't ready. Of course you can say he wasn't ready, but it's easier to say he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. He or she wasn't doing it, wasn't buying. I wasn't talking. So let's train. Now remember, it's the S like a Z, disappearing T, and the N, wasn't. Ready? Pause, listen, and repeat. It was not really important. It wasn't really important, which becomes it wasn't really important. It wasn't really important. She was not interested in doing it. She wasn't interested in doing it. And she wasn't interested. So interested in. She wasn't interested in doing it. Almost the G in doing as well. She wasn't interested in doing it. He was not there when I arrived. He wasn't there when I arrived. And he wasn't there when I. He wasn't there when I arrived. He wasn't there when I arrived. That was not my fault. That wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault. It was not an easy decision. It wasn't an easy decision. And it wasn't an easy decision. She was not very busy. I do not know why she did not do it. She wasn't very busy. I don't know why she didn't do it. So a little faster. She wasn't very busy. I don't know why she didn't do it. She wasn't very busy. I don't know why she didn't do it. She wasn't very busy. I don't know why she didn't do it. So this ends our video about was, wasn't, and wasn't. Join me in the next video where I will show you about where not and where'n. Ready? I'll see you there. Right. In the last video we saw was not, and wasn't. This video I want to show you where, weren't, and weren't. Let's go. This video is very similar to the last video. So the verb to be in the present is am, is, are. In the past it's two words. It's I was, she was, he was, it was. You were, we were, they were. So the basic idea is that was is singular and where is about plural. Okay? So the important part of this video is your pronunciation about the or in where. Because this part, your jaw, this name is the jaw, comes down. Where. If you have difficulty with your or, just train where, 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 okay? Because the tongue is down, where, okay? Now with just like was not to wasn't, where not is weren't. But of course, the T is silent. Now this is the N sound, the strong N, the weren't. So where, weren't, weren't. This part of the tongue touches here, but not touching the teeth. Weren't, weren't, okay? Just like was, it can be a basic adjective. You weren't busy, they weren't interested, we weren't curious, etc. Or a past tense verb, right? But you weren't doing it. We weren't going there, right? So let's get right to the practice. Remember, pause, listen, repeat, and train. Ready? They were not at home last night. They weren't at home last night. And finally, they weren't. So, weren't at home, weren't at home, weren't at home. And the T of last will become last night. They weren't at home last night. They weren't at home last night. We were not very busy last night. We weren't very busy last night. And we weren't very busy last night. We weren't very busy last night. They were not as tired as they thought they were going to be. They weren't as tired as they thought they were gonna be. And they weren't as tired as. So as tired as tired as, they weren't as tired as. They weren't as tired as they thought they were gonna be. They weren't as tired as they thought they were gonna be. I do not know why they were not there last night. I don't know why they weren't there last night. To I don't know why they weren't there last night. So I don't know why they weren't there last night. I don't know why they weren't there last night. We were not very far when you called. We weren't very far when you called. And we weren't very far when you called. I thought you were not interested in going. I thought you weren't interested in going. I thought you weren't interested in going. I thought you weren't interested in going. Weren't interested. So this brings us to the end of where not to weren't. Always practice that N sound. Join me in the next video when I will talk about the past perfect, had not and hadn't and hadn't. See you there. So here we are in the final video of Module 4, the case of the disappearing T. This video I will show you had not, hadn't and hadn't. Let's go. Let's go slow and explain very slowly and clearly what I mean with the verb have. Look at these two sentences. I have time today. I have done it. What is the difference between time and done? Pause the video and think. Pause now, think. What kind of word is it? Time and done. Because here, time is a noun. It's a thing. It's an object or possession, right? Done is part of a verb. Okay? So, when we have the basic system of English, you have the present tense, you have do, see, buy. The past is did, saw, bought. And the final box, the third box, the past participle, is words like done, seen, bought, and tried. Okay? Now, when we have the verb have with a noun like time, you can see here that the positive is I have time. Negatives, I don't have time, or I don't have time. And the question is, do I have time? This is the important part, that when we look at the verb have, what is after? When we have a noun after, we need to put the verb do in do not, don't, etc. Do I have time for questions, okay? Because here, if we have and a verb, have is now an auxiliary verb, and you can see you have done it, okay? You have not done it. Here is where it is different. You have not done it, and then have you done it? So sometimes have is a main verb with don't, do, does, etc., like a do verb, and sometimes it is like a modal verb. How do we know? We look after have and we check. We see, is it a noun or is it a verb? This is the basic idea of how do we decide. So this is in the present tense. And if we look in the past tense, which we had plus a noun. I had time, I didn't have time, or I didn't have time. And did I have time? So after had is a noun, and here now after had is a verb. So the negative is like a modal verb, like a be verb. You had done it, you had not done it, or you hadn't done it, or had you done it. So this is what we are interested here, as in when do we use this had plus a verb? We use this basically when we have two events in the past and we are not sure which event happened first. So consider here, I was tired because I had worked a lot. What is the connection? Was tired, had worked a lot. Which happened first? Because if you say I was tired, I worked a lot, I was tired, I worked a lot, and not I was tired because I had worked a lot. Now it's not so clear when. This is the idea. So if we have two events which happened first, here I had worked a lot happened first. On this big line here, on our left is going to be the beginning, the start. And after the consequence or the connection is I was tired. Do you see? So one more example. She had not called because she was very busy. So two ideas, two events in the past, but which happened first or which did not happen first? But what's the connection? Here it is an explanation. She had not called because she was very busy. But the idea that she had not called is in a time before this here, as in which happened first. So this basic idea, okay? Now our pronunciation part is had not to hadn't and to hadn't. So the same N of wasn't, weren't, hadn't. The T is silent, okay? So let's start our practice. Now remember, the pronunciation is hadn't. The T sound hadn't. Just like wasn't, weren't, and hadn't, and couldn't, and shouldn't. The strong N sound, okay? So always remember, pause, listen, and repeat, and train, okay? I had not thought of that. I hadn't thought of that. And finally, I hadn't thought. So the O is I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of that. Hadn't thought of that. My phone was not working because I had not charged the battery. My phone was not working because I had not charged the battery. My phone wasn't working because I hadn't charged the battery. My phone wasn't working because I hadn't charged the battery. So my phone wasn't working because I hadn't charged the battery. My phone wasn't working because I hadn't charged the battery. She did not pass the test because she had not studied. She didn't pass the test because she hadn't studied. So she didn't pass the test because she hadn't studied. She didn't pass the test. She didn't pass the test because she hadn't studied. So she didn't pass the test because she hadn't studied. He was really late for work because he had not set his alarm. He was really late for work because he hadn't set his alarm. He was really late for work cause he, so for work. He was really late for work cause he hadn't set his alarm. Cause he hadn't set his alarm. He was really late for work because he hadn't set his alarm. I saw that my brother had not remembered to buy me credit for my phone. I saw that my brother hadn't remembered to buy me credit for my phone. I saw my brother hadn't remembered to buy me credit for my phone. So for my phone. I saw that my brother hadn't remembered to buy me credit for my phone. So this brings us to the end of module 4. I hope you enjoyed it. Please see me in the next module, module 5, when I will talk about have to, obligations, and have to. See you there. Hello students, welcome to module 5, have to have to. I really like this module because it's always a surprise for students. It's very simple, the pronunciation, but a lot of students do not know it. So it's a little surprise for you. Let's get started. Consider the difference between to have something and to have to do something, right? One is possession, another is obligation, right? As in to have a new phone and to have to buy a new phone. I have to buy a new phone, for example. Have to buy. So this is the funny part, that here you have to do it in the form, not you have to doing it, but you have to do something as an obligation, right? Now, this is the funny part. If we have the examples before, I have a new phone, I have money, I have time. This is the idea of have and a noun. So the pronunciation is have. Never have-y or anything like this. The E is silent, so it's have. But when you have the idea of have plus the word to plus a verb for an obligation, something you need to do, the sound is an F. So it's not have to, but have to. I have to go. I have to do it. So train right now. This is our objective. The have to. When we talk about an obligation, something you need to do, not I have to do it, have to do, but I have to do it. So it's like the HAF and to will become have to. Okay? Very simple, very surprising, but this is what native speakers do all the time. So I, you, they have to do it will sound like I have to do it. So listen, repeat. I have to do it. You have to do it. We have to do it. They have to do it. I, you, they don't have to do it. What happens to the T in don't? That's right. I don't have to do it. So a sentence of I do not have to do is I don't have to. You don't have to. We don't have to do it. They don't have to do it. Okay? Don't have to. So let's start. Let's train. Now remember, it's the have to. Have to. I have to go to the bank to pay the rent. We all love paying the rent. I have to go to the bank to pay the rent. I have to go to the bank to pay the rent. So slow is I have to go to the bank to pay the rent. I have to go to the bank to pay the rent. I have to go to the bank to pay the rent. So are you listening and repeating? Always, always interacting with the material, okay? We do not have to get up early tomorrow. We don't have to get up early tomorrow. And yes, we don't have to. We don't have to get up early tomorrow. You do not have to do it if you do not want to. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. And you don't have to do it if you don't wanna. So you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it if you don't wanna. If you don't want to, if you don't wanna. You don't have to do it if you don't wanna. They should not have to do this every time. They shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to do this every time. What happens to the T in shouldn't? They shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to do this every time. They shouldn't have to do this every time. You have to be more patient with things. You have to be more patient with things. So this ends our first video on have to, where we talked about I, you, we, they, don't have to, and have to. See me in the next video for he and she hasta, just like Spanish. Hasta luego. See you there. Welcome to video 2 of module 5, have to and hasta. In this video, I want to show you some little pronunciation tricks and tips to sound like a native, talking about obligations with he and she. Let's go. Just like the last video, consider the difference between he or she has something and he or she has to do something, right? Can you hear the pronunciation already? He or she has something and he or she has to do something. The same writing, different pronunciation, okay? So, a job. Do you have a job? He or she has a job, or he or she has to get a job. So can you see already? Here, he or she has to do it, but never he or she has to doing it. Just a basic part of the form. Now here, for example, just like the last video, if we have he or she has, and the noun can be time, money, a job, whatever. The HAS is a pronunciation of has. Has. He or she has a job, has time. But he or she has to, and a verb, she has to. He has to. Okay? So he or she has to plus verb. He or she has to find a job. He has to call me, right? Has to. He has to. She has to. Okay? He or she has to do it, becoming he or she has to do it. Negative, he or she doesn't have to do it. Okay, so in the negative, he or she doesn't have to do it. So you need to be ready for the previous pronunciation as well in the negative. Of course, what happens? He or she doesn't have to do it, and he or she doesn't have to do it. Okay, these are the little pronunciation tricks all about when we have the word have and to and a verb, and what happens. So let's start. Remember, has to and doesn't have to. He or she has to, doesn't have to. So pause the video, listen, repeat, and train your pronunciation. Ready? She has to be there really early tomorrow. She has to. She has to be there. Has to be there really early tomorrow. She does not have to do it if she does not want to. She doesn't have to do it if she doesn't want to. What happens next? She doesn't have to do it. She does not have to do it. She doesn't have to do it. She doesn't have to do it if she doesn't wanna. She doesn't have to do it if she doesn't wanna. She has to be there really early tomorrow to be ready for the interview. She has to be there really early tomorrow to be ready for the interview. She has to be there. She has to be there really early to be ready for the interview. She has to be there really early to be ready for the interview. To be ready for the interview. He has to show you what to do when you get there. He has to show you what to do when you get there. He has to show you what to do when you get there. So he has to show you, he has to show you. He has to show you what to do, what to do, what to do when you get there. He has to show you what to do when you get there. He is happy because he does not have to work tomorrow. He's happy because he doesn't have to work tomorrow. He's happy, so because he, cause he. He's happy because he doesn't have to work tomorrow. He's happy because he doesn't have to work tomorrow. Because he doesn't have to work tomorrow. He has to book the flight really soon to be able to come with us. He has to book the flight really soon to be able to come with us. And he has to book the flight really soon to be able to come with us. To be able to come with us. So this ends our video 2 on has to and has to. I will see you in the next video when I will talk to you about the past with had to and had to. See you there. Okay, so video 3 of module 5, one of my favorite modules, have to and have to. This video I will show you about the past with had to and had to. Let's go. So the first basics is to have is the present tense and had is the past. So this H is a H and the D is a D. Had. Had. Okay? So again, the basic rule of the past tense in English is that it's all the same word. In affirmative, positive sentences, I had, you had, we had, she had, they had, etc. Had. Now, when you go into the negative, here it's where I, you, we, they didn't have. Never I didn't had. In the negative, it's the same as the present tense. The word didn't shows you it's the past. This is important. Now, when we talk about had or had to in the verb, it's very similar, right? Just like the last time we saw that had and nouns, I had time, and I had plus to plus a verb is about a past obligation, something it was necessary for you to do. So I had to do it. This will become had to. Had to. We have seen many times the word to will become a t. Now it's had to, had to. Practice with me. Had to, okay? So I had to tell him. I had to. I had to tell him. I had to tell him. You didn't have to do it in the negative. You didn't have to. You didn't have to do it. Never you didn't had to do it. This is the essential point and the number one mistake we see with students in the past tense. So careful. So let's practice had to and didn't have to. Okay? Now, remember, pause, listen, and repeat, and train. Let's start. What did you have to do? What did you have to? What did you have to do? What did you have to do? And finally, quickly, what did you have to do? What did you have to do? What did you have to do? He had to start eating a healthier diet. He had to start eating a healthier diet. He had to start eaten. Sometimes the G is a silent, so he had to start eating a healthier diet. She had to reformat her computer because it wasn't working properly. She had to reformat her computer because it wasn't working properly. And finally, she had to reformat her computer, so because it, and wasn't working. She had to reformat her computer because it wasn't working. She had to reformat her computer because it wasn't working. You did not have to do that. You didn't have to do it. Have to do that, sorry. You didn't have to do that. And you didn't have to do that. Oh, you didn't have to do that. Sorry, we could not stay long, but we just had to go home early. Sorry, we couldn't stay long, but we just had to go home early. And then silent T. Sorry, we couldn't stay. Sorry, we couldn't stay long, but we just had to. We just had to. We just had to go home. We just had to. It just had to go home early. So this ends our video on had to and didn't have to. I will see you in the next video when I want to show you what happens when we have going to and have to in front of each other all together. See you there. So the final video in module 5, and a very useful one, very common sentence. What happens when we have going and have to together in the same sentence? So let's go. Just to be clear, and just to start our class, our lesson here, when you have I have to do it and I must do it. Now the difference here is about must is a very strong obligation. This is the basic difference. I have to do it, yeah, I have to. I must do it, very strong obligation. Now here about you must do it, it's a modal verb. So you must not do it and must you do it. I have to do it, you don't have to do it, and do you have to do it. Okay, basic idea. So if we have this here about have to and must, you don't have to buy it. That It's okay. You can buy it if you want to, but it's not necessary. Okay? But if you have something about must not, this is illegal or dangerous. Bad idea. Don't do it. You must not drive too quickly. You must not drink too much or smoke too much. But don't have to. It's something that's okay, but it's not necessary. You don't have to help me. It's okay, but it's not necessary. Now, when we have going in the sentence, I am, you are, we are going, he is, she is going, etc. To have to, and then the verb. So we are using going, talking about our future plans, but when we see in the future, we will have an obligation or will need to, we're going to have to do it. Sometimes, for example, in the recording of this course, I record a video, I check the video, I see a problem, and I think, I'm going to have to record the video again. Here, the big difference between must and have to, when we are talking about something we are going to have to do, to must does not have an infinitive. You cannot put must after going to or any other verb. Must only exists in I must and you must and we must. But to have to, yes, you can. So in other languages, sometimes must and have to, it's the same verb, the same idea. But to be clear, in English, I am going to have to do it. Something in the future, okay? So I am, you are, we are gonna. So this is the secret, that going to is gonna, have to, have-to, and then the verb. So I am going to have to buy it. I'm gonna have to buy it. Okay? So it's about connecting gonna, have to. Gonna have to. Okay? This is the objective for this lesson. So let's start our practice. Remember, pause, listen, repeat, and train that gonna have to. And you can see in your English, you will use it all the time. What do you think we are going to have to do? What do you think we're going to have to do? What do you think we're gonna have to do? So the what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think we're gonna have to do? Very different from what do you think we're going to have to do? What do you think we're gonna have to do? What do you think we're gonna have to do? I am going to have to learn how to drive soon. This is true for me. This is real. I am going to have to learn how to drive soon. I'm going to have to learn how to drive soon. I'm gonna have to learn how to drive soon. And I'm gonna have to learn how to drive soon. So I'm gonna have to learn how to drive soon. I'm gonna have to learn how to drive soon. She is not going to have to pay more money. She's not going to have to pay more money. And she's not gonna have to. So she's not gonna have to. She's not gonna have to pay more money. I knew I was going to have to do it myself. I knew I was going to have to do it myself. I knew I was gonna have to do it myself. So the was is. I knew I was gonna have to do it myself. They're going to have to study a lot this week for the exams. And finally, they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to study a lot this week for the exams. They're gonna have to study a lot this week for the exams. This ends our module 5. Congratulations, you've already completed a lot of the course, 50%. Give yourself a pat on the back, we say in English. Please see me in module 6 for one of the most interesting and useful modules. We'll talk about the word her and how it will sound like er. See you there. So, welcome to volume 6 of the course. This module will focus on the word her and what happens with the word her when native speakers speak quickly. But this module and the next 3 modules, in fact, are about her, him, and them, and they will bring you to a really good understanding of how to use certain verbs with the word her, him, and them, about when we use the preposition to, the verb explain to, talk to, and when not to use preposition. So let's get started. The first part, let's be clear about the word her. Why, when, what exactly. On one side, you can see I, you, he, she, we, they. On the other side, you can see me, you, her, him, us, them. So the difference exactly between the two is what we need to understand before we continue. Now, with I, you, we, they, he, she, and they, you need a verb connected, a conjugated verb. I want, you want, we want. That the I, you, he, she always appears with a verb, with a part of the verb, connected, right? As in the person, I, you, and the conjugated verb. So when we have situations like this, she likes me. I will call you. I can ask her. The person here is not connected directly to that verb. It's the idea of you're talking about or referring to the person, not saying what the person is actively doing, but you are talking about, as in she likes me. We are talking about me. I will call you. I'm referring to you. Who will I call? I will call you. Or I can ask her. It's this indirect idea, talking about or referring to the person. So when we focus on the word her, we need to be clear. One, it's referring to or talking about a woman, a female person, right? Never a thing. Some different languages have different ways to talk about masculine and feminine nouns and things, but the word her can never be used to talk about a thing. Now, her is also the possessive word, as in if you have my, your, and her. It belongs to another woman, okay? So we are going to focus on number 1, of referring to or talking about a woman, never a thing. Now, the crucial part is the word her is H-E-R. But native speakers don't always pronounce the letter H sound. Now, we are focused on the verbs to ask, to tell, and to call in this first video and the practice examples. The first point here is that there is no preposition to before her. We do not say to ask to her, tell to her, or call to her. Just ask her, tell her, call her. Now, let's look at some little examples. So I can ask her. What will happen quickly? I can ask her. I can ask her. So I can ask her. I can ask her. The H just boop, disappears. I am going to tell her. I'm going to tell her. Tell her. So we're practicing asker, teller, and caller. Can you call her? Can you call her? Can you call her? Okay? This is our focus of practice. Asker, teller, caller. Ready? So, remember, pause, listen, repeat. We're training the asker, caller, teller. Do you think you can ask her tomorrow? Do you think you can ask her tomorrow? Do you think you can ask her tomorrow? So, do you think you can ask her tomorrow? Do you think you can ask her tomorrow? Do you think you can ask her tomorrow? What time are you going to call her? What time are you gonna call her? What time are you gonna call her? All right, so a little faster. What time are you? What time are you? What time are you? What time are you gonna call her? What time are you gonna call her? If you could tell her, that would be great. If you could tell her, that would be great. If you could tell her, that would be great. If you could tell her, that would be great. If you could tell her, that would be great. And finally, that would be that'd. That'd. If you could tell her, that'd be great. That'd be great. If you could tell her, that'd be great. I am not sure if he is going to have to ask her. I'm not sure if he's gonna have to ask her. I'm not sure if he's gonna have to ask her. So ask her, ask her. So I'm not sure if he's gonna have to ask her. Not sure if he is going to have to ask her. I'm not sure if he's gonna have to ask her. If he's gonna have to ask her. I need you to call her today if you do not mind. I need you to call her today if you don't mind. I need you to call her today if you don't mind. I need you to call her today if you don't mind. And I need you to call her today. I need you to call her today if you don't mind. So slowly, I need you to call her today if you don't mind. I need you to call her today. I need you to call her today if you don't mind. They are not sure if they should tell her or not. They're not sure if they should tell her or not. They're not sure if they should tell her or not. So, or not be tell her or not. They're not sure if they should tell her or not. Okay, so this finishes the first video of Module 6 about her. We're going to see all the rest of the verbs, all the best verbs. So join me in the next video when we'll talk about to know, to meet, and to find, and all the differences and how to practice this with her. See you there. Okay, welcome to video 2 of Module 6. The word her like a native with the verbs to know, to meet, and to find. 3 confusing verbs. So let's start. To meet, to know, to find. Some languages are all the same verb, some are a little different, so we need to be clear about the differences. So the first point is the pronunciation, right? So I am going to meet her will sound meter. I'm going to meet her. I don't know her will be I don't know her. I don't know her. I don't know her. Or I need to find her. Find her. So those are the three ideas. Meet her, know her, find her. The H just disappears. Bye-bye. So let's be clear about to meet, to find, and to help. First, let's start with to know her and to meet her. To know her is the idea of a person, female person, a woman, girl, etc., that is familiar to you. You know a person, I know you, I know her, or I know her very well. To meet has two ideas, or to meet her. One is to meet a person for the first time, to meet a woman for the first time. I don't know my girlfriend's mother, I'm going to meet her for the first time, or to meet someone for the first time. The second idea is about a specific time and place. Not the first time you meet a person, but just the idea of a specific time and place. Amy, the music teacher, is my really good friend. I meet her once or twice a week for coffee. Now, obviously, I met her years ago, but now a specific time and place, I meet her. Now, in the past, it's a little different. So, meet is the present, met is the past, know is the present now, and knew is the past. So, when we say I met her, this can be the first time I met a person in my life. I met Amy on the 17th of March in 2010. It could also be a specific time, specific place. I met her on Wednesday for coffee. But this is very different to the idea of I knew her. When you say you knew someone in the past, it means that you met them for the first time. There was a period of contact, and that contact is now finished. So I know people in university, I met them for the first time, I had contact, and now I never see them. So I knew her in university, but I haven't seen her in years. The contact is finished. So if it's the first time, it's I met her. I knew her is some idea the contact is now completely finished. So I met her the first time and I knew her. You don't have contact with her now anymore. I mean, I knew her last night. This is the classic mistake. I knew him, It doesn't make sense. I met her last night. So, for example, my grandmother died before I was born. I never knew her. Cannot say I never met her. I never knew her. Now, to find her is, to be clear, is when you don't know where a woman or a girl is. Like lost in the city center, or you are separated in a big crowd. Now, that's the basic idea. Meet is first time or specific time and place. Know is about you are familiar with or you knew in the past, you were familiar with and not now. And find is when the woman is lost and you don't know where you're trying to find. Ready? So, we're going to practice now making the H in her disappear. Pause, listen, repeat. Ready? I would really like to meet her. I'd really like to meet her. So meet her. I'd really like to meet her. So I'd really like to meet her. To meet her. I would really like to meet her. I'd really like to meet her. I'd really like to meet her. I do not know her at all. At all, 0. I don't know her at all. And I don't know her at all. I don't know her at all. And finally, I don't know her. Don't know her. And I don't know her. I don't know her at all. We had to find her in the busy crowd. We had to find her in the busy crowd. Had to find her. And we had to find her in the busy crowd. What time are we going to meet her? What time are we gonna meet her? Gonna meet her. What time are we gonna meet her? And then, what time are we? What time are we? What time are we gonna meet her? What time are we gonna meet her? How well do you know 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 her? How are you going to be able to find her with so many people there? How are you gonna be able to find her with so many people there? So how are you gonna be able to find her with so many people there? And how are you gonna be able? All right, so how are you gonna be able to find her there? Find her with so many people there. How are you gonna be able to find her with so many people there? How are you gonna be able to find her? So this concludes video 2. See me in the next video when I'll continue with some nice simple verbs of to see, to hear, and to help with her. See you there. So we continue our module 6 with video 3. Module 6 is her to this time with the verbs see, hear, and help. Let's go. The verbs to see, hear, and help. Now, the first two verbs, to see and hear, they're a little special in English because we call them non-action verbs. About this idea that you are not actively doing a big action. To see someone, it's very passive. You just see them. Which is why in English we don't say I am seeing her, or I am knowing her, or I am hearing her. You simply say I see her, I know her, or I hear her. Okay? Just a basic idea. Maybe it's very different in your language. With to hear, the difference of to hear and to listen to is that to listen to is about your attention and your focus. When you give or pay attention to, very specifically, to one thing or one person. With to hear someone, there are two ideas. One is about volume. Is it possible with the volume to hear the person or not? And then by accident, by environment. The first idea, if talking on the phone or on the Skype, sometimes we have a bad connection, sometimes we have a good connection. And when you start a Skype conversation, you say, can you hear me? Is the volume of the connection, is it okay? Is it possible to hear the person? Or if you are in a bar or nightclub, the noise, the people, and someone is trying to talk to you, is I can't hear you, the volume. The second idea is by accident, by your atmosphere. If you are in the street and you hear someone, help, help, by accident I can hear someone. or if you are living in a house with a lot of different people, la 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 la, I can hear her singing. So this is the idea with to hear. Now with these three verbs, our focus is the pronunciation, right? So we know what happens. I can see her, I can see her. I want to help her, I want to help her. I can't hear her, I can't hear her, can't hear her. All right, see her, help her, hear her. All right, this is what happens when we speak really quickly. Now please notice that with see, help, and hear, we never use the preposition to. It's just I can see her, help her, hear her. Okay? So let's get started with our practice. Now remember, pause, listen, repeat, and train your accent. Did you see her yesterday? Did you? Did you see her yesterday? And did you see her? Did you see her yesterday? Did you? Did you see her yesterday? The connection is terrible. I just cannot hear her. The connection's terrible. I just can't. Always very important. The T in can't never disappears. Can't hear her. The connection's terrible. I just can't hear her. And then the connection's terrible. I just can't hear her. I just can't hear her. I just can't hear her. I do not know why, but they are not going to help her. I don't know why, but they are not going to help her. Help her. I don't know why, but they're not going to help her. I don't know why, but they're not gonna help her. I don't know why, but they're not gonna help her. They're not gonna help her. You are going to have to tell her I cannot come. You're gonna have to tell her I can't come. You're gonna have to tell her I can't come. And you're gonna have to tell her. So you're going to have to tell her. You're gonna have to tell her. You're gonna have to tell her I can't come. The music was so loud I could not hear her properly. Properly is correctly. The music was so loud I couldn't hear her properly. I couldn't hear her properly. The music was so loud I couldn't hear her properly. I couldn't hear her properly. The music was so loud I couldn't hear her properly. We are not going to have time to help her. We're not gonna have time to help her. We're not gonna have time to help her. And we're not gonna have time to help her. To help her. We're not gonna have time to help her. So this ends this video. Join me in the next video when I will talk to you about the word her with some very important verbs to listen to talk to speak to, and to explain to. See you then. Okay, in this video, we're going to look at the word her with 4 really essential verbs: to speak to, talk to explain to, and to listen to. Very good. Let's go. First and really essential point of these verbs is they must have the word to before her. All 4. So to speak to talk to listen to explain to, they always have the word to before all of the object of the pronouns. Listen to me, talk to you, to explain to him, her, us, them. 100% of the time we have to before the pronoun. This is the most important thing. With speak and to talk, they are similar, but just one or two small differences. They are almost exactly the same. One idea is languages, to speak a language, to speak French, to speak Portuguese, speak Italian, whatever. But in English, we do not say to talk a language. You cannot say I talk English. So I speak English. The second idea is to speak. It's a little more formal, just a little bit. The idea the president will speak at the conference. In this case, it's talk at the conference. It's very informal. So when you sort of say, can I talk to you? It's much more informal. But that's basically the only difference. To listen to someone, you must have to. To listen to music, to listen to someone, but you must have the word to. So when you listen to someone or something, like we saw in the last video, it's about give your attention and focus to something. Always with the word to. Now, here in the word listen, the T is silent. So we do not pronounce listen, but listen. Listen. To listen to me, you, him, her, us, them. And please avoid these classic mistakes. Hey, listen me. No, it's listen to me. I wasn't listening her. I wasn't listening to her. Now, same idea with explain. Now, we always have to before me, you, him, her, us, them. When we talk about explain, we have to explain it, this, that, the problem, the situation, explain everything, but always with the word to. Can you explain me? No. Can you explain to me? I need to explain her. Also wrong, also incorrect. I need to explain to her the situation. So this is what we want to practice. Now, when we have the word to before her, what will happen? He will speak to her, to her. He will speak to her, to her, to her. I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to talk to her. We can explain it to her. We can explain it to her. To her. You need to listen to her. You need to listen to her. To her. This is the sound. To her. Speak to her, talk to her, explain to her, listen to her. Ready? So let's practice. He did not listen to her. He never listens to her. He didn't listen to her. He never listens to her. He didn't, so the T, he didn't listen to her. He didn't listen to her. He never listens to her. I did not see her yesterday, so I did not talk to her. I didn't see her yesterday, so I didn't talk to her. I didn't see her yesterday, so I didn't talk to her. I didn't see her yesterday, so I didn't talk to her. Didn't see her yesterday, so I didn't talk to her. He has to explain that to her when he sees her. He has to explain that to her when he sees her. He has to explain that to her when he sees her. He has to explain that to her when he sees her. You should not listen to her. She is wrong. You shouldn't listen to her. She's wrong. You shouldn't listen to her. You shouldn't listen to her. She's wrong. You shouldn't listen to her. She's wrong. I will speak to her tomorrow when I see her in the afternoon. I will speak to her tomorrow when I see her in the afternoon. And I'll speak to her tomorrow when I see her in the afternoon. They did not explain everything to her. They didn't explain everything to her. They didn't explain everything to her. And from didn't, they didn't explain everything to her. They didn't explain everything to her. That ends our really useful, very important video using listen to and explain to. I will see you in the next video when I'm going to talk to you about her with some three essential verbs of send, give, and show. See you there. Now, in this video and the next video, I want to show you some really important ways we use the word her with the verbs to give, to show, and to send. What I mean is about the sentence structure. Sometimes we see give with to and sometimes without. And in this video and the next video, I'm going to show you everything you need to know to use those verbs perfectly and really well with the word her, and in future videos with all perfectly. See you there. When we talk about the verb give, show, or send in this way, there's two possible ways to use it in a sentence. So two examples here. To give her the money, to give the money to her. So the basic difference in the two examples is the idea, the object, the money. Where is the money in the sentence? In the first one, to give her the money is at the end. It's after her. So no separation of give her the money. When we have give the money to her, because the money is now between give and her, it's changing position, it's necessary to have to before her. Now we have a lot of examples. So the next example, to send her an email, to send an email to her. Where is an email in the sentence? What position? In the first one is to send her an email is after her. But in the case where the second example, an email is before her, we must have to. This is the basic idea. To send her the DVD, send the DVD to her. Okay? It's the basic idea. So when we're looking again at the idea, right? That show her the DVD. The DVD is the object at the end of the sentence. So show and her are connected. If we have the object after the verb, to show the DVD, you must have to in front of her. Send her an email, and to send an email to her. Now, because maybe this is a little confusing, the good news is that this two examples, to send her an email is much more common with native speakers. We prefer to use to send her, to send him, send them an email in our speaking. It is possible to say to send an email to her, but from the 30%, you can see it's not so common. It's much, much, much less common. In this video, we will focus on the first example, to send her. For example, here, I'm going to send her an email. The pronunciation will be, I'm going to send her an email. He's going to give her a present. He's going to give her a present. You can show her the room. You can show her the room. So in this first video of the two, we're going to practice this form: sender, giver, and shower. In the next video, we'll focus on send to her, give to her, and show to her. Okay? If you have time, could you send her all the images tomorrow? If you have time, could you send her all the images tomorrow? And if you have time, could you send her all the images tomorrow? If you have time, could you send her all the images tomorrow? Could you send her all the images tomorrow? Did they have to give her what she was asking for? Did they have to give her what she was asking for? Did they have to give her what she was asking for? And did they have to give her what she was asking for? Did they have to give her what she was asking for? Would you be able to show her the room tomorrow? Would you be able to show her the room tomorrow? And then, would you be able to show her the room tomorrow? Would you be able to show her the room tomorrow? Would you be able to show her the room tomorrow? Did you have time to send her the email? Did you have time to send her the email? And did you have time to send her the email? To send her the email? Did you have time to send her the email? Did you have time to send her the email? Is it possible to give her more time? Is it possible to give her more time? And is it two words? Imagine it's one word. Is it? Is it possible to give her more time? Is it possible to give her more time? I am not going to be able to show her what to do until tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to show her what to do until tomorrow. And I'm not going to be able to show her what to do. I'm not going to be able to show her what to do till tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to show her what to do till tomorrow. That brings us to the end of this video. See me in the next video when we will continue our practice with these 3 essential verbs: give, show, and send, but using them with the word to. So, welcome back to our examination of the verbs give, show, and send with the word to and her all together. So let's get started. In the last video, I showed you about to give her the money, to give the money to her. It's just about where the object is in the sentence, right? To give her the money is at the end. To give the money to her, the money is before. So it's to give, to show. Now, especially when we have the words it, this, that, the problem, and noun. Now, when we say the noun, in the previous examples we had the DVD, an email or DVD, or the name, the specific name. But many times when we use the words it, this, or that, this is the moment when we use to me, to him, to her. So, can you give that to him? Can you explain it to them, in this case? In this video, we're focused on her. Here, for example, the object at the end of the sentence, to send her the PDF, and here In the next sentence, we can say to send the PDF to her. But so many times, usually when we do not repeat PDF, we say it, as in the pronoun. This is the moment when we use to send it to her, give it to her, explain it to her. This is the big difference, okay? So this is our pronunciation. Send it to her. Send it to her. We're going to give the keys to her. Give the keys to her. You can show the room to her. Show the room to her. So it's to her. This is our point of practice now. So let's get started. I am going to have to try to send it to her tomorrow. I'm going to have to try to send it to her tomorrow. And I'm gonna have to try to send it to her tomorrow. I'm gonna have to try to send it to her tomorrow. We can give those keys to her next week. We can give those keys to her next week. He does not need to show it to her. He doesn't need to show it to her. And he doesn't need to show it to her. He doesn't need to show it to her. He doesn't need to show it to her. I never sent those files to her because they were not ready. I never sent those files to her because they weren't ready. And I never sent those files to her because they weren't ready. Because they weren't ready. I never sent those files to her because they weren't ready. When are they going to give it to her? When are they gonna give it to her? When are they gonna give it to her? So when are they? When are they gonna give it to her? Listening, repeating. When are they gonna give it to her? They are going to need to show it to her today. They're gonna need to show it to her today. And they're gonna need to show it to her today. They're gonna need to show it to her today. They're gonna need to show it to her today. So this ends our really important, really useful 2 videos about give, show, and send. Join me in the next video when we're going to practice using her to with some of the most common verbs in all of English language. See you there. This video and the next video are really pronunciation videos, just to show you about all of the possibilities. We saw some of the most important verbs: see, hear, help, explain to, etc. But now I would like to give you a complete pronunciation picture. In this video, I will show you, out of all the common verbs in English, which verbs never take the word to and which verbs take the word to, and to practice them with the changed pronunciation of her to All right, let's get started. This first group never take to. So to help, to watch, to follow, to include, to understand, remember, remind, to let, to pay, and to believe. They never take to. This is a really important part. Now, as we go through it, I want you to pause and repeat with me, learning and training. So to watch her, try to pronounce before me. So to watch her, to watch her, to follow her, to follow her, to include her, to include her, to understand her, to understand her, to remember her, to remember her, to remind her, to remind her, to let her, to let her, to pay her, to pay her, and to believe her, to believe her. Okay? So go slow, pronounce, and listen and repeat. Now, we have a group of verbs that always take to. To say to her, to apologize to her, and to write to her. These are as well as the verbs we have seen: to listen to explain to, talk to speak to. These are three more: to say to apologize to write to. So to say to her, to say to her. To apologize to her, to apologize to her. To write to her, to write to her. Now, when we have the verb and her, as in to offer, teach, to take, to bring, it's the same idea, right? That to take her, to take her, to bring her, to bring her, to offer her, to offer her, to teach her, to teach her. Now, sometimes we have the verb, the object, and to and her. To take it to her, to bring it to her, to offer it to her. And the same thing that we saw before, to take it to her, to take it to her, to take it to her, to bring it to her, to bring it to her, to offer it to her, to offer it to her. So that concludes our short pronunciation video, and join me in the next video when we're going to see her with some prepositions and conjunctions. Basically some very common expressions that we use in conversation and how her will change to er. See you there. Now, in our final video of Module 6, her to er, I want to show you some little normal expressions with prepositions and conjunctions, basic little ideas for conversation and speaking, to show you how, not just with verbs, but in longer sentences, how her changes to er. Let's go. This is a basic list of little expressions, right? To do something for her, to agree with her, to go with her, to work with her, to complain about her, to talk about her, and to look at her. I only want to show with some examples what happens when we speak quickly and the her becomes an er. So the first example, and we have seen this in the course, is about the for, strong pronunciation, and the f, weak pronunciation, when we speak quickly, f. So to do something for her, to do something for her, to do something for her. All right, it's very subtle. To do something for her, not always for her, but when we speak very quickly. He is not going to do it for her. He's not going to do it for her, and he's not going to do it for her. So for her, for her. He's not going to do it for her. To agree with her, agree with her. Go or come with her, go with her. Listen and repeat, pauses and repeat. Agree with her, go with her, and work with her. To work with her, work with her. I just do not agree with her. I just don't agree with her. and I just don't agree with her. I just don't agree with her. I just don't agree with her. She needs you to go with her. She needs you to go with her. She needs you to go with her. So she needs you to go with her. She needs you to go. She needs you to go with her. She needs you to go with her. She needs you to go with her. I did not work with her for a long time. I didn't work with her for a long time. I didn't work with her for a long time. I didn't work with her for a long time. And I didn't work with her for a long time. Didn't work with her for a long time. To complain about her and to talk about her. So about her. That normally it's with her, for her, but the T in about, it connects with the So to complain about her. About her. To talk about her. He is always complaining about her. He's always complaining about her. About her. He's always complaining about her. Complaining about her. Right? So the G in complaining, complaining about her. Everybody is always talking about her. Everybody's always talking about her. Everybody's always talking about her. Always talking about her. Everybody's always talking about her. Talking about her. Talking about her. And finally, to look at her. The verb look always takes the preposition at. To look at her. So again, it's the look at her, looking at her, right? So it's not always look at her, but look at her, look at her. Do not look at her like that. Don't look at her like that. And then don't look at her. Don't look at her like that. So don't look at her like that. Don't look at her like that. Don't look at her like that. Why is he looking at her? Why is he looking at her? And why is he looking at her? Why is he looking at her? Right? So why is he looking at her? Why is he looking at her? Why is he looking at her? So this brings us to the end of module 6. I hope you enjoyed it. We are going to continue in the next module talking about the word him and im and the change in the sound, and continuing with the same idea, same verbs, but now all the verbs in the past to really master in your intermediate English and all the pronunciation. See you there.